Hello there. Welcome to the channel, Sim Racers. I am Sir Simrig, born of Simrig, son of Simrig, great-grandfather of Simrig, cousin of Simrig. It's iracing LMU update day time. The updates aren't here yet though, but I just thought I thought I'd just start live streaming. I don't know why. I thought, let's just start live streaming. Why not? Why not? We didn't do a live stream for 2 days, so I thought, do you know what? I will talk to my great many 5 viewers. So it's good. We're actually on Twitch. We're on 17,919 followers, which is actually shocking. 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 Terrible. Absolute terrible. But and the YouTube, I don't know how many are on YouTube. What are we on? I can't even see. Can't be bothered to load it up. Let's at 10, at least 10. Who's going to be first in the chat room? Who will be first to reveal their face? You will be forever judged as a loser and a pathetic human that was able to go live, watching live, at 9 AM in the morning. What are you doing with your lives? I am disappointed in you as your creator.
Why have you let me down, humans? Wasting your time with pursuits of zero value.
Oh, and Adrian and Luke, hello.
You have disappointed me. Why, after I create you in my image, do you besmirch my ways? You are wasting your time on this planet with your distractions. So much power you have, and yet here you are watching stupid people.
It's God talking to you directly. You've upset him. He's got a bit of a temper.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I think you do, God. You have a bit of a temper.
I disagree. I think I'm quite reasonable, actually.
No, God, you really do have a temper. What about that old flooding thing?
Well, it was actually an accident. I was having a bath. And I accidentally pulled the plug out, and well, that's what that was about.
Well, you killed everyone!
I'm sorry about that, but these things happen when you're creating universes.
The true tale of Moses revealed on the Game of Muscle YouTube channel for you there, guys. You didn't think you'd hear the truth about the revelations, but we just had a telephone call from God. Magic hat, yes. I like this one. This one's lighter than the other one. I was actually looking for the other one though, because the other one's. I actually bought the other one recently, and it's really quite nice and warm. It's really cozy actually. It's like felt on the inside and some like probably made out of I don't know. It's probably something plastic. But I like hats. I'm getting a lot of hat judging. I need to make a video about hats. Hello, Lud to Jen. We are getting ready. So we're just chilling out, waiting for it to load. Or to launch or whatever. I like wearing hats. But I think people that aren't bold don't so if you wear a hat as a bold git, people automatically assume that you're wearing it because you don't like being bold or you're hiding your boldness. It's really weird. I mean, maybe people wear clothes because they don't want to be naked, but normally I wear clothes. A, it is culturally normal, but B, it's cold. So that's why if I'm in a really hot climate, I would not wear. I'd wear shorts. I'd have my legs out and stuff. You know, it's not. I don't wear trousers to hide my legs. In fact, I wore shorts to Lidl's yesterday whilst it was raining, so I don't even wear them to keep warm sometimes. But like the thing is, you wear a hat as a baldy, And people are like, oh, you're hiding. Why are you hiding your boldness? It's like they really want to see it. We're just desperate to see boldness. You're letting all the boldies down. It doesn't make any sense. It's really weird. People and hats. People are very sensitive about hats, which is strange. Maybe it's because like you have the Queen wearing a hat. Well, not anymore. Unless they buried her with one, which would be strange, but quite possible because the royal family like to do weird shit. I mean, you've got like the Pope, you've got the King, you know, religious people wear hats. In fact, the more silly your hat, the more religious you are, the more important you are. So if anything, by wearing a hat, I'm a more important sim racer by cultural logic of Western powers. But yeah, no, I just don't know why people care so much about hats. It's weird. Do people care that much about haircuts? Maybe it's people with hair are upset that you're wearing a hat and that you're not going to mess your hair up because you're bald. So that actually it's a deep-rooted anger towards the one advantage of being bald, which is that you don't mess your hair up if you put hats and helmets and stuff on. It's probably an underlying... That's probably what it is. I think we discovered the root of the issue here. Well, by definition, Jared Paul, the top hat is the best hat. Yeah, no, but I don't wear a hat because I don't like, because I care about being bald. It's like my head gets cold. If you, I'll do this in a video. I'll put his video out. Another video. We're churning them out. Those of you, I mean, how many boldies have we got in chat? If you're bald, your head goes up. Well, mine does at least. I think other people's probably do. Your head goes up and down in temperature. It's like if you're not wearing socks. It's a really good analogy. If you don't wear socks, because it's a termination of your body, your feet and your head. They're the two end points of the sausage, if you think about it. If you don't wear socks, your feet get really cold, right? So you wear socks. You don't have to wear socks. I mean, people wear sandals. That's fine as well. But, do you know what I mean? Like, if you don't have hair, your head goes up and down in temperature quite quickly. So, wearing a hat actually keeps your head at an average temperature. Like, that's what hair does, I think. It's an insulator. When will bottom hats become fashionable? Exactly. But just shave your head off if you're balding. Thanks for subscribing, Jim Alon. See actually, you can actually see where my hair doesn't grow. Well, actually, we have quite a lot of hair. Actually, I need to shave again. You can see, for me, it doesn't grow here. It grows, and it grows really a lot out the sides, but it just doesn't grow here. And then, based off my dad, I'll go bald all the way back. It'll just keep going back. It's like reversing. It's like a Euro Truck Sim parking session. But yeah, I like. It's just really funny. I find it so weird on my channel. People going, "Oh, why are you wearing a hat? You're trying to be like this, you whatever." Or I do a video and they go, "Oh, why are you wearing a hat indoors?" And it's like I am probably one of the least sensitive people, or like obviously don't care that I'm bald. Yeah, it's gonna keep going back. It'll come round again. It'll come up my chest, and I'll have a face. It's just hair. It's rotating. I could do like a stop motion movie, and it'll be a flashing light of hair rotating. Wearing headphones must be annoying. No, it's all right actually. You end up with a hair dent if you wear headphones with hair. I used to, because I've always used to wear headphones. The only thing that annoys me is my headphones have like rubbed my skin here, so I need to get some skin cream. I sleep in ear protectors as well because I'm a light sleeper. So I might get some cream on that actually. So let's order some Savlon because I ain't gonna get any from the shop. Savlon is the saviour of cream. Well, good. Antiseptic cream. It's not just good for babies. It's a really handy cream to have. You can put it on cuts and everything. Oh, they sell it in tubes. I didn't even know that. Oh, hang on. They use it. You could use it on. Can you use it on your genitals to stop like yeast infection? I didn't know that. You learn something every day. I guess it makes sense. It would stop any sort of. It's antiseptic, but it's not antifungal, is it? Though. Well, here we go. Well, I didn't know you could get it in a tube. You normally get the little pots of it, which is weird that they sell it in a pot. Oh no, hang on. Yeah, Sudocrem and Savlon, they're the same thing. What's the difference? Sudocrem, that's what I actually meant. Not Savlon, oh well. Oh, they sell Sudocrem in little containers as well. Well, I'm learning, guys. Welcome to Cream Talk. Alright, gonna get both of these. Fill up my cupboard. Amazing. It's always handy to have like these small for travel stuff as well. You get bitten and stuff, or you cut yourself or scratch yourself. It's worth just putting it on and. Coconut oil's alright, yeah. Coconut oil's really good as a skin cream for sure. Right, perfect. Cream shopping done. Oh, does it? I thought, is it today? Why did developers release everything on the same day? You read an article about pot of face cream that dates back to Roman times. Oh, I saw that, yeah. Yeah. They find like weird stuff. Yeah. Was it found in Pompeii or something? Or it was just in a burial or something, yeah. But I guess it had just become, I guess all the water had left it, and then maybe the oils were still in it. And it's probably some kind of like, maybe it's like some lime or something else. Yeah, I remember I read the same thing. We subscribe to the same Roman skin cream news. What's happened today on RomanSkinCreamNews.com? Ah, nothing. Ah, I was really hoping that there'd be a new announcement. I've been waiting 2,000 years. Oh, it's this guy. Did you see the article? There's a new Roman skin cream. Oh, I knew I was worth subscribing to this website. The worst. Oh, I'm gonna have to wait a while to the next one. I'm sure they'll find some more Roman skin cream. Once you have one Roman skin cream found, they just keep coming. They, you just end up with thousands of them. Yeah. Once the damn Roman skin cream dam's broken. 10 of the 12, 24. Jesus Christ! What? Right. iRacing update, LMU update, and Race Room. Race Room need to like not do that because I quite like Race Room, but we'll try. Hopefully we can squeeze it. I need to get some. I need to get some like B-roll, and we need to try stuff. 12 hours straight. No, I can't do that. I did sleep all right last night, which is good. We've been full shift today. Yeah, we've been like knocking out the videos though with my webcam on top of the. Monitor and talking points. I've got a well good way of editing now, which is like OBS with the camera, record, and then just keep doing takes until, and I'm that'll do, and then I slap it into DaVinci, and then I redo takes, and it means I can because I'm like, my brain is rubbish. So if I just add a camera and it's recording, I have to start and stop. I forget where I was. So by having it in a timeline, it's more like writing, but with a video camera, which works really well for me. I don't know what my favourite pastry is, to be honest. I like apple turnovers. Are really nice. Oh, proper fresh apple turnover with like really nice apple in it. But they're hard to get, actually. They normally have that crappy apple in them, like that cheapo apple sauce. Maybe cream, yeah, but it has to be really good cream. I have expensive taste for pastries. That'd be like a patisserie, French patisserie, really nice, but not too. But also the flake needs the caramelized sugar on top of it. But yeah, I mean, I like a pastel de nata, and I like just a simple croissant. So depends on my mood, really. Yeah, I'm drinking coffee here. We've got a prosim.no simulations mug. Awesome. Oh yeah, guys, we've got a treadmill. We've got the treadmill, and yeah, so I've been well busy. I've been proper busy, guys. We got the treadmill set up. I bought a treadmill, set it up, and it's in the sitting room, and we should be, hopefully we can then do the Microsoft Flight Sim walking stream. That's a Chinook, and it's very low. What? Why is there a Chinook flying like 100 meters over us? That was crazy. They're blitzing it. They don't normally fly that low over me. World War III started, guys. If we hear another 5, if we hear another 5 Chinooks, World War III started. That was well weird. They're not. They fly over occasionally, but not that low. Yeah, he's watched my YouTube. He's watched my video. The pilot was like flying because they do. I'm on a flight path, and like a military flight path. He's flown over, and then he's like, "Oh, fuck, this is well boring," and he's just loaded up Game of Muscle helicopter video. He's like, "Oh yeah, if I turn my graphics down, I can fly well low to the houses." Favourite single player game? I don't know really. I like Peggle. I like the original Doom. I like Half-Life 1, Portal. I like Maniac. He's good. Yeah. Are you AW Racing? How many buttons are too many buttons? I don't know. Depends how many fingers you've got. Please be kind. Hello, Steve.
Steve Warren.
I don't know if I've not even tried the online stuff. I'm waiting for the game to update. I'm waiting for the game to update still. We're just chatting actually at the moment. I think isn't it meant to be live now? Mitchie said he thought it was meant to be like 10. I go by Mitchie Hoyer. Guys, go and follow Mitchie Hoyer. He did an awesome stream yesterday. He had like 300 viewers, which is amazing. I was well hyped for him. So give him a follow if you haven't. He's a really nice guy. If he's watching, he's an idiot. I'm just hoping he's not watching. But yeah, Mitch is really cool. He's tame and chill in his streams and stuff. He's genuinely a good chap. So If he's not that outward, I'll be outward for him. I'll promote him. He won't promote himself, so I'll do it for him. I'll be the knob, so he can maintain his relaxed demeanour, and I'll be his like promoter. He's a good guy though. You should the Halo theme song.
Oh.
Da, 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 da. Yeah, I can't sing, so. Hello, Ryan. Oh, I'm getting slaughtered with our last YouTube video. People are people are stupid, honestly, guys. Right, the YouTube video we just uploaded. Right. The title is a bit. The thumbnail is a bit baity. Don't need mods, right? But it's true. You don't need mods. You do not need mods for a simulator to be fun. And the fact is, not every sim has to have mods. It's good having just AC and RBR, but not every sim needs bloody mods, and they are mostly rubbish and mostly a distraction. It's like just the truth. It's not even. Thanks for subscribing. It's it was that Sanid Kavanaga. Thank you. Sorry if I said your name wrong. It's just the truth. Like I love mods. I think AC is fantastic. I think BeamNG and stuff. I think mods are great. However, not every sim needs mods. Trying to get a good race and actually play AC is a pain in the arse with mods. So is with BeamNG. It's a mess. People don't have time for it. It gets in the way. A focused, decent game is great. But apparently, even that is the most basic view. It's not an insane view that I presented. Even at the start of the video, I even say, oh yeah, no, I like mods. And yet, look, like it's insane. I don't know what is going on with people's brains. I don't know why they can't process like really fairly simple, I would have thought, concepts. You know, it's a bit worrying. Yeah, I mean, I would. I find everything offensive these days. Oh well, yeah. No, it blows my mind. I did think that it was going to upset people though, because I know what sim racers are like. Hot take. I know the sorts of things you can say in sim racing that make people happy and will clap you on, and the things that you say that it doesn't matter what's true or not, you can just know, like you get an intuition as to what it's not just in sims, like in anything. When you're around stuff a while, you know how you could spin doctor thing, or you know the sort of cultural general views on things to be able to like know what you could say and can't say, or how you have to spin something to manipulate people. Yeah, no, hopefully they do a good job of integrating stuff and doing it well. We'll see. Exactly. Well, Bright Candle, even when I do servers myself in AC, right? Even when I host them and I list all the mods and we only drive the same cars and tracks every week. Thanks for following, Daniel. And we are really specific and we organise it. We make it really clear. Even then, every live stream, someone's like, I can't join, I can't get in. Yeah. But, I mean, oh, thanks for subscribing, Rekefo. Welcome, appreciate the sub. Rekefa. Guys, again, I'm dumb, so if I say your name wrong, just laugh at me. Oh no! Ladies and gentlemen, please get your candles in the air. DD girl with the DD wheel. What a babe, what a beauty, what a Sexy lady, it's a DD girl with a DD wheel. She's got servo motors for her legs and servo motors for her arm. DD girl, a dreamy girl. What a beautiful servo motor, babe. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Perfect, strong legs. Everybody needs a DD girl. Put a DD girl in your sim ring. She's so powerful and strong. She can't do anything wrong because she's a beautiful DD girl. DD girl with a DD wheel. Rotating in Cody Williams' bed tonight. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. AccuForce, Fanatec, in Magic and Mimosa. It's a DD girl with a DD wheel. Dreamy babe. DD girl, a dreamy girl. Dreamy, 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 DD girl. She's gone. Thank you. Thank you, Cody. Appreciate the sub there. The membership. She's got biscuits for eyes. You've got zero patience for mods. Exactly. 100%. Thank you very much. As a reminder, guys, we have you can become a member on YouTube like Cody. You can become a member on Twitch like somebody else. And we also have Patreon as well. We put on remixes on Patreon. So there's loads of ways to support us, and I really appreciate it. I don't expect it, and I like just watching and suffering is appreciated. Clicking the like button, all this boring shit. Thank you very much. Nobody cares, but personally, I didn't like the previous video. Hang on. Nobody cares. Okay, Tarkus. Here's Tarkus' review of Game of Muscle. I didn't like the previous video about LMU drama just because I think it's too long and I personally don't care about the whole thing. Yeah, but it wasn't really about the LMU drama. It was just it was about sim racing conversations and also the critical thinking and stuff. It wasn't really even about LMU. Like, I don't really care. I don't really care about the LMU drama and stuff. Like, if the game's fun, the game's fun. It's more that I don't like people taking stuff out of context and creating fictional drama. It's actually an anti-drama video, ironically. No, all other videos previous to that have been fine. Regarding the iracing update, I would personally prefer that they put their efforts into updating the tire model. Yeah. But it's good. I thought it was a good review, though, from Tarkus. I don't disagree. Yeah, it's a perfectly valid review. See? Tarkus did a good review. But I want to review Tarkus' review. And I think by starting your review with nobody cares, you've preloaded people into an expectation that you're going to say something that nobody cares about, which has automatically made them not care. But it comes across like you've used a devious psychological trick to signal that nobody cares, to nip in the bud the fact that they don't care, so that they then think that they can't say that they don't care. So actually, I think what you did with your review was a bit Machiavellian, and you needed to get you should have had another degree of like preloading, to double preload it, because people normally can't look past 1 degree, let alone 2 degrees of so would you like to, you should review that review. But yeah, no, fair enough. I mean, I don't expect people to like everything. It's valid. It's a totally valid point. I get it. Like, I agree as well. Like, I think the problem is any time you engage in any drama, even if you're not actually talking about the drama, anytime anything is framed within the certain context, or sort of the conversational context of that drama, you start getting shit stuck to you. So basically, the only productive thing is to talk about stuff, but non-specifically. But then the problem with that is you lose out of the cultural momentum that's behind the specific thing that's being talked about. So it's a difficult situation. You know, so it's like, so for example, let's say someone had a political channel and it was a really rational political channel, and they weren't talking about any specific politician or thing, and they were just explaining reasoning and good ways to do stuff. That channel would not get any views compared to a really shitty channel that made exactly the same argument. It's not a shitty channel, but like another channel that had way worse microphone, way worse production, way worse language or whatever, but made the same arguments, but were like, oh, this thing has happened, and here's a view of it. So that's the problem. Is like, it's the way information is linked, and the momentum of what directs traffic and how that all works. It's quite interesting, also very depressing. The way the world works is terrible, guys. I hate people. Now, yeah, I need some coffee. This is what I'm like at 9 in the morning. This is what I'm like at 9 in the morning. Jesus Christ. I don't know when this update's rolling out for LMU, guys. We're just chatting at the moment whilst we wait. If someone knows when it actually rolls out, then that we're good. We could do another 5-hour Microsoft Flight Sim loading stream, though. I like them. They're good fun. Yeah, I was led to believe that maybe like 10 UTC. Oh, it's in 30 minutes, maybe. What time's Universal Time Coordinated? 10 a.m., yeah. Okay. Are we on UTC in the UK? This whole bloody clock, stupid clock rubbish that we do for winter and summer. So, is summer GMT? And winter's... No. Winter is GMT, right? Yeah, and then summer is GMT plus 1, but BST, British Summertime. yeah, it's so... I hate it, right? As I say often, I am very dyslexic, and stuff like this, it seems like a small thing to a lot of people. It's a little bit of an annoyance to some people. But for me, these sorts of things are like absolutely excruciatingly annoying. Like, just like Americans putting dates the other way around, right? Because my brain cannot remember certain text and things. If I look at something and look at another thing, I cannot remember it at all. Like, it doesn't make sense. And then the orders of it, I can't. The order's not even right in the first place in my head. So for me, it's like, oh, there's the date. Okay, my brain's gonna process that incorrectly, the order of it. So it's like, oh, memorize. Thanks for subscribing, Jim Law. Really appreciate that. Memorize the thing. Okay, copy and paste it maybe, and then. And maybe like learn some kind of like structural thing or some rule, and then other people do it the other way around. It don't make any sense. And then the clock thing. Everyone should just use UTC for everything. Yeah, blame the Germans. Germany. Yeah, I any excuse to blame Germany, I think, is good. iRacing is 1 PM GMT. It really grinds my gears. Thanks for following. Welcome. We should have a dyslexic sim race. And there's loads of dyslexics. There's fortunately, people understand dyslexia now, so it's not too bad, actually. But, yeah. It's just the time, the amount of time. Sorry, guys, this is just turning into a cathartic rant for me here. But this pisses me off. Right, people that aren't dyslexic or maybe like a bit ADHD or whatever, they take for granted how quickly they can look at dates, look at information in a document, and they know, oh, that's correct. Which is quite a handy skill to have. Whereas I don't know. Like I can't tell. I have to put it like an AI tool or something, or double check it 50 times. Bit by bit, and then go, yeah, is that correct? Is that correct? Is that correct? So the people that don't have that, you don't take it for granted. Jesus. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, dyslexia makes you incredibly sexy. It means that you have to think of the world in a rather completely hodgepodge way, which is quite good for humour. Ginormous genitals, that's a big bonus. Women are obviously insatiably attracted to dyslexics. Faster, you gain 10 horsepower in any race car that you're involved with, virtual or real. Yeah, the bonuses are never ending, let's be honest. I mean, all the dyslexics can confirm in chat. Yeah, right. Honestly, AI tools for I need to make, I don't know, it's kind of off topic for our channel, but AI tools for dyslexics are so good because AI can be, the tools can be a bit shit. Large language models can be a bit shit in lots of ways, especially if you're trying to get to do stuff. But, right, if you already know what's right or wrong, and I think this is not just dyslexics, I think a lot of people are like this. If you know in your head what is the right thing, but you can't get it out of your head. Like, you absolutely know. It's like if you imagine you're in another country and you want to have you want to eat some spaghetti bolognese, right? You know exactly what spaghetti bolognese is, but you don't know what the word is or where the restaurant is. You don't, but you know in your head exactly what it is, but you don't know the words or anything or where it's located, right? That is exactly what it's like for a lot of dyslexic stuff. I mean, and a lot of people that aren't dyslexic, you can know exactly what you want. But this is the thing, like AI tools, you can get it, you can use the AI tool to basically show you what you actually already knew or what you wanted to present. And it's so good, like spelling and stuff or formatting. It's exactly the same as if you have an assistant for, like, if you've just got an assistant, if you've just got a subordinate person that's working with you, or if you're writing and you're doing an exam, if dyslexics get people to help them do writing and stuff. So it's like that. Like you're not using the AI to actually tell you what's right or wrong, or how to do stuff. You're just using it to format your thinking, and it's proper good for stuff like that. It's such a mental relief as well. So yeah, it's really weird when people complain about it and they're like, oh, no, it's useless. I'm like, yeah, okay. Hang on, James Hugh. Back to sim racing, guys. That was a nice little conversation about dyslexia for you all. Back to LMU. The LMU Discord is so funny right now, complaining about the new tire model, which may have esports slip becoming a thing in quali. The esports slip? The old esports slip. Well, I don't even know what the esports slip is. Pixel therapy, you write complex tax legislation for a living. I use the read along function in Word to check your work. That's good. Oh, hello BRT as well. Welcome. Good morning. Did someone just subscribe or something? I got the sound effect, but nothing.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Thank you very much. Just an average racer. Really appreciate the sub. The Star Trek gif. So good. You can see Dr. Pulaski in the background. What's going on? Also, the lighting. Oh, I love Star Trek TNG. Like, filmed with film cameras. The set lighting is terrible. The film quality is awful. There's like flies flying around the studio in space. Oh, I love stuff like that. Esports sleep. How is the new ABS braking feel? Well, we're waiting for the update to come out in 30 minutes or 20 minutes. So we're just chatting about stuff at the moment whilst we wait. We've already had a productive morning today. We've made one video that's upset modders. Not modders, like weird sim racers. We've bought some skin cream. I do have a preview. I just didn't have time to check it out before. Also, I actually I actually don't like the whole preview thing. It's good to like do a preview and get, you know, make money out of views for previewing it because people want to see it. So financially great, but I like playing games when they're available to the public. I think that's better. Like, it's more genuine. Also, I think when you play a preview version of a game, normally there's no multiplayer, and often things are changed as well. So, do you know what I mean? It's like oh, we got a hype train. Choo choo. Or as Mitchy Hoyer said, or someone in Mitchy Hoyer's chat last night, go and subscribe to Mitchy, guys. Thanks, the Orphan 1. Thank you very much for subscribing. Hypercar train. Oh, we need to make Mitchy some emojis for his Twitch. Guys, go and follow Mitchy on Twitch or YouTube. He deserves it. As I say, he's a legend. Thank you for the sub here, though, supporting us. Appreciate it. You think the preview car feedback like Baldwin's great? Yeah, so, to be clear, I don't have anything against other YouTubers making preview videos. I think it's good. It's why not? It's great for them to get views. It's good for the developer to have a preview. It's nice marketing. It's it gets people excited for stuff. So I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm saying, like, me personally, I like to play stuff when other people are playing it. 80. Where are all these subscribers coming from? 10 months? Jesus Christ. That's off to prison. Just Prime sub on Twitch. I appreciate it. Yeah, you can link your Prime with Twitch and sub for free, and it's a way to support us. You have to bloody do it every month if you want to keep it up. What's my take? What, and demo drive for what's that, for iRacing? He's pulling in all the dyslexic audience. Yeah, they were actually trying to order a McDonald's. Ah, shit, I've subscribed to Game of Muscle. Fuck. I just want a cheeseburger. Dyslexics. Sure, I can mock dyslexics. Ha! I have dyslexia shield. FC, thanks for subscribing. Ah, dear. Kowalski, want to relive childhood Toka memories with Race Room update? Forget LMU. Yeah, we'll check out Race Room as well. Don't worry. Sweet. I like Race Room. I wish developers didn't all release all their updates on the same day. That would be nice. Does your sub button bring up those lovely comments? What comments? Oh, at the bottom. We need more. We've had less hate comments recently, actually. I really do. I really like mental comments. I genuinely find them hilarious. So it's a shame sometimes they come up. Like it's hard to find really good hate comments. Like you've got tomatoes for eyes is one of the top ones. Stuff that's like just unnecessarily like vindictive. I really find it hilarious. Like when someone's really, really angry for no real reason, I find it funny. James Baldwin has driven a 720S GT3 a few times, so he's a subject matter expert. And the vaporous sound projected from his mouth when he talks is absolute fact. Yeah, but I've met him a few times, and you know, he might be a fast driver. You could even describe him as the world's fastest gamer. But at the end of the day, I don't think he drinks much tea. So really, can we trust anything he says? He's done like I hope he's getting he's done like one-off drives in like 24 Hours of Spa and stuff. I think he might be getting actually more consistent drives now. I hope he does. Because he did go-karting as a kid. Then I think he did like 3 races in Formula Ford or something, then ran out of money. then managed to do the world fastest gamer stuff, then managed to get random drives and things, and then got screwed over. So it'd be nice. I'd like to see, it's like with all these people that really want to be race drivers, especially the ones that are fast. And clearly James Baldwin is categorically faster than a hell of a lot of other real world drivers. It's not even debatable. If you're that fast in a sim, and you can also drive real, like, you're obviously not put off by the nature of real car driving, because real driving is obviously different to sims. But if you're that fast in a sim and you've got the basic thing with real driving, you're obviously a good driver. And it's just finances. That's it. It's the only thing. And motorsport is it's all about finances. So it'd be really nice. It's nice to see drivers that have clearly demonstrated they actually do have the talent to actually get to drive. So it'd be nice to see. Also, he's really good at marketing. He's got a really good. He doesn't say anything controversial. He's really good on camera. He's like, if I was a business and I wanted like a brand ambassador, he's really good for that kind of stuff. So he's a good fit for motorsport, which is it's more about business than it is driving. Yeah, but not really, BRT. That's the thing. Like, anybody that's done go-karting at a young age has zero fear whilst driving, or very minimal. It's not. If a real, it's actually quite a common myth in sim racing. If someone is driving, like a moderate amount, the fear is not a factor. Like, it just can't be. Like. Also, driving's bloody tame compared to like Super G skiing or motocross. Driving is so tame compared to like. I'm not saying the G forces might be a bit intense and stuff happens and the results aren't tame, but basic driving is, even in like a GT3 car or whatever, is tame compared to many other activities. So. The fear thing, especially at a professional level, it's not a factor. Bloody go-karting is more intense than a lot of race cars. So, and the injuries in go-karting are mental. Yeah. Yeah, like Isle of Man TT, but they're not exactly. Isle of Man TT drivers are really not that. They are like, you look at them as people. They don't have the same as like Super G skiers and stuff. They don't have they're missing something. Like rock climbers as well. What's what's his name? Hanoi. What's his surname? It's not. Who's the guy? Hanoi, something Hanoi. Mark? Richard? Bob? Tom? Hanold? Hanoi? I can't remember his name, but you look at that. They genuinely, in that scenario, yeah, the free climber, they're afraid. They've got fear and stuff, but they have to like actually meditate to not be to stay calm, because otherwise they might actually fall off. So there's this psychological thing going on. TT drivers, there's been quite a few. Alex Hanold, yeah. But also with TT riders, the ones that are really high level, they actually talk about how they have to stay focused because they start daydreaming, like driving down the straights and stuff. They start like just daydreaming and they have to remind themselves. So yeah, I know I get what you were saying, BRT, in that there's definitely for sim racers that just come in that go from sim to real life, that maybe didn't go through go-karting and things, for sure there's definitely a cut-off. And I've seen this with people doing esports competitions that have gone into real life, where there's definitely there's a group of people that just can't take it. It's just too much, which is totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Also, actually, interestingly though, there's also the opposite happens, where you get younger sim racers that have crashed so much in Sims and stuff and then drive mental in Sims that they have no fear for real life whatsoever at all. Not even fear. They don't even recognise the consequences. So you actually end up with the opposite of that effect. And then, obviously in real life, there'll be a huge range of drivers that are absolutely shitting themselves, drivers that don't care at all, and drivers that have a sort of intermediate respect. Or there's a lot of psychology behind it. So, like, my personal thing is that I don't have any fear with stuff at all, and then I have 100% fear, which I think is really quite dangerous. So I've learnt this through doing activities. I have to preemptively say to myself, no, think that's like I have to preemptively go, that's dangerous, don't do that. And I've learnt that because I've hurt myself quite a few times. So yeah, I think a healthy response is for people having like you have a degree of fear that goes up with the danger. But then the difficulty with motorised stuff is that we talked about this before, but like with aviation, for example, it can feel very, and actually cars as well, I think, it can feel very, very safe until the unsafe thing happens, and it can be like a binary switch where it's like, oh, it's actually fine, it's fine, it's fine. Oh, now you're dead. It's like in a plane. Oh, I was fine landing this. I was fine doing that turn. Oh, that was a bit hairy. Oh, the weather's pretty bad. And they get away with it. And then the one time they fly into a cloud and there's a mountain there. or they're like turn a bit too much. They overloaded the plane a tiny bit too much. Well, it was already too much, but it was a tiny bit more than what they'd done before. Oh, they stall and crash into the ground because they weren't paying attention to airspeed and stuff because, oh, it's fine. It's always been fine. So, you know. So I think that's... Yeah, GT3 is relatively safe on the grand scale. I mean, look at the crashes and what people walk out, what people walk out of. Also, GT3 cars are not the fastest of vehicles, and they're not the craziest of cars. Like, I think for your average person, they'd be mental. But I think a lot of people, if you were to give someone that had a reasonable aptitude of driving, and you were to let them do like 20 hours of driving a GT3 car, I think they'll get used to it pretty quickly. I think most people with like, if you give them 2 hours, they they adapt to it pretty quickly. You know, so I say like skiing, I think is insane. Like, but people get used to that. But obviously, it's going to depend what level you come at these things from. Like when I was younger, I knew people that did slalom skiing, and even for me, like I went to France skiing, and just a slalom slope. It was like an Olympic slalom slope. To me, that was like, Jesus Christ, this is insane. And the snow had been combed, and it was hard, and they're just going whoop, 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 whoop. They're like totally fine. They're just like, whoop, whoop, whoop. And I'm like, I'm not even skiing. I'm not even going down that, mate. And I would go down like black average ski slopes. But yeah, like what people get used to. People get used to. It's surprising what people can get used to as well, and how quickly people can get used to things. But like some people, that would be absolutely beyond what they could conceive as being something they would even do. So to them, they then think it's crazy. I haven't skied recently. I tend to do snowblading, but I haven't done that recently. I really want to go again. I need to lose weight though, because I wouldn't want to fall over now. I always fall over when I ski, so I'd want to be a bit thinner. Yeah, GT3's for rich people, exactly. Motorsport's mostly for rich people as well. It's just how it is. It's just a business. Welcome along, guys. If you joined us, click the like button if you hate yourself. We're literally waiting for the update to roll out here, and we're just chilling and chatting and talking rubbish. Prep slopes, you need prep skis. Yeah, this is why I like snow blades, is because they put a lot less pressure on your legs, but they don't stop as well, and they're not as tight. But I always like rollerblading rather than skiing. I don't like large skis on legs. Downhill skiing's for rich people. Have you got like? If you ever get a chance, guys, and you happen to be in the Alps, which is really common for people because it's so cheap to get to the Alps, go and look or stand if possible. You sometimes you go walking and you'll be able to see these Olympic speed, like the speed ski slopes, the ones where they do the skiing speed records with the stupid helmets. Go and see one of them if you can, if you get a chance, because normally they're in, like, you might be able to, if you're walking somewhere, you might be able to see where they are. So if you're in the region, just go and have a look at one of them and just be like, you need to see it, and then watch videos of people going down them. It's basically like a near vertical slope that's like a mile or 2 miles long, and people just go down them, and they're like, that's normal. It's insane. Like you have to. It's one of those ski slopes. I think is something you have to see in real life to appreciate how insane it is. What? Jardier and Baldwin have said it feels too long. Well, I don't. Right. So I don't care. Look, personally, with cars in a sim, I don't care if a car's actually realistic or not. I just care if it's fun to drive, and by fun, force feedback that tells you what the car's doing, and maybe not too slidey. But I don't really know how heavy a GT3 car should feel, or how, weirdly, I'm not actually that picky. Like, once you've got the force feedback that tells you what the car's doing, so I really like Live for Speed, AMS1, AC. I quite like certain cars in R Factor 2. It's more just about the force feedback telling you what the car's doing and then it not being sloppy. That's the thing with AMS2 is a bit sloppy, so I find it a bit vague and boring to drive. I quite like pokey cars. Pokey with a little bit of controllable slip. And I think that's what real cars are like, to be honest. For the most part, I think they're quite pokey, but maybe a bit narrow slip. Depends what the car is and what tyres and a whole bunch of stuff, but But who cares what they think? Well, no, I think I can see why it's interesting to see what it's interesting to see what someone that drives real cars thinks of it. It's fair enough, but yeah, from your own personal thing, like, who cares what I think? Who cares what Max Verstappen thinks? Who cares? If you enjoy it, then you bloody enjoy it. The thing is, obviously, Jardier and James would say this as well, is that a simulator is like it's an abstraction anyway. Like, sims are overly simplistic compared to real cars.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the, or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah. So my thing is just like, for games, and this is why I like driving sims, is it's like, it's more about, can you feel what the car's doing through the force feedback, and is there nice depth there, and rather than absolute one-to-one realism. Virgil, I'm still in college, but when I have money, I would migrate like a seagull to Europe and buy a track car and go to Nordschleife. How rich are you? Yeah. Do you know how much it costs now? You need to watch Alberto Nesco's channel. He's basically Alberto. Let me link it. He is doing the best documentary footage of grassroots, well, F4 driving. I was probably saying his name wrong. How do you say his name? How can someone type his name in chat? Alberto, the Italian guy, and he's driving F4. I knew you would do. I knew someone would do that. There we go. This guy he genuinely, it's the best documentary footage of real life sort of rookie Formula driving stuff. He has an English channel and an Italian channel. Right. This is he covers stuff. There you go. Let's just check. Give him a sub. Really, really good. He covers stuff, and he's overly positive. But he basically, you can piece it together yourself. He shows how BS motorsport is. Really shows how much of it is down to money and how ridiculous the costing of it is, and how, like, even with F4, how it's just like F4, which is a junior Formula series, which is supposedly, I mean, the whole point of their forecast is that they're generally cheaper, and they were sort of the spec in about 2013 or something was like locked down a bit more and everything. Even that cost like €1 million for the top teams. And then they do, they use like 8 sets of tyres for a race, and it's like £1,200. Like it's like £200 per tyre. And in UK they have GB4, which they've locked it. From my understanding, you only have 4 sets of tyre maximum per weekend in the UK, which keeps costs down quite a bit. But even so, the point is, like he's covered it so well. The BS of like, basically, you have to practice with the optimal tyre because that's the tyre you'd use in qualifying. And to get the practice, you're going to get through tyres because the tyre's going to stop being optimal pretty quickly, especially on certain tracks that eat up the tyres quickly. So the teams that can afford loads of tyres to get the practice on those conditions on that weekend to then be up to pace will have a ridiculous advantage over another kid or a team that doesn't have the budget to be able to spend the time to get the tyres. so it's already, just the tyre thing alone is already completely breaks the sport of who's the better driver. Is BS. So then you have obviously just the setups, the teams, the access to the cars, the access to the tracks. I mean, the whole thing is such a monumental sort of... But it's a scam, effectively. Motorsport is effectively a scam designed to rinse rich people of money. Basically, it's a really weird business. So, anyway, his videos are very positive and they're really, really good. 100% worth watching. He says it how it is. I think he's quite a good driver as well. He does a good job. So I'm big up, big him up. He's doing a good job. I'll update. Really good channel. It's funny how much of motorsport stuff is not publicly said. It's changing gradually as more sim racers and stuff do motorsport, or as more drivers also have YouTube channels and things. It's gradually changing, but so much of motorsport is like hidden. And if you're not a race driver and you say some of these things, people go, no, they just don't believe you. Even though it's like really, like the really obvious stuff. Hello, Ducat. The actual grassroots stuff can be cheap. Well, yes and no. Like, yeah, if you're going to take an MX-5 and do random races, but even then, that's still not cheap. You need a garage. You need the car. You're still gonna. People can use the same set of tires over and over again, but they're probably still not that competitive, and they're just doing it as like it's basically like a track day in the format of a race a lot of the time. But then nothing can come from that. So it's a completely different That's like going boating rather than competing in a boat race, if that makes sense. So that's a whole different thing. Also, nothing can really come from it. Whereas if you wanted to be like, if your goal was as a person, you're a very talented driver and you want to become a full-time driver, you'd have to go through like a GB4 or something, or like a Formula Series, you know what I mean, to actually get the drive for teams. Is Le Mans updating? There we go, it's updating. Update queued. Yeah, even go-karting's insane. Even Club 100 is going to cost you a fair bit just to get to the different tracks, the time, everything else. We talked about this before. It just completely excludes anybody that's not upper middle class. Hello, random call sign. Yeah, there's also a like a sort of basic cutoff in terms of it's going to cost you so much time and energy and effort just to get to a racetrack and all the other stuff just to do the racing, which means that basically it's like, oh yeah, well you could spend less racing an MX-5 or some other car, but actually the cost difference between an MX-5 and something that's quite a bit faster, a proper race car, it's not like a linear cost curve. It's like it's sort of capped at like levels where you might as well just do the faster thing or the, you know. It's weird. Motorsport is weird. It's probably. I wonder if motorsport is worse than horse riding though. Oh dear. It just shouldn't be called a sport. I think that's the thing. It should be called like motor entertainment. Like there must be a line between when something is so fundamentally unfair, it is no longer really a sport, is it? Like people got so wound up over the Tour de France doping stuff. And it's like, that is so minute compared to the degree of how messed up motorsport is. I mean, it's a separate conversation, the whole doping thing. That's how, you know, you can have a good conversation on that and pros and cons. But it's really weird that they, like, you look at Formula 1, Formula 2, the whole motorsports thing. It's like this weird, isolated, because it's rich people, so you're not allowed to question it particularly. It's like an insulated corporate bubble of unquestionable reality. Really weird. There is pay to win in every sport, but motorsport, I think, takes it to the limit. LMU's pay to win. Well, it's pay to download. Yorkshire tea's the best tea. Well, Twinings, but Yorkshire's the best value tea, let's be honest. Hang on, we're on hype level 1 here, guys. Installing. Hype level 1. Thanks for all the support. Appreciate it. Sim Racing Wars. Will I do some boat sims? I was saying to you know, Stefano, who was the programmer for Assetto Corsa, and he also did a boat simulator. I was chatting with him, and I was saying he needs to make a New Zealand jet boat racing sim. He didn't seem to want to though. But like, how good would that be? A realistic jet boat racing game where you're racing up like New Zealand rivers, and there's like little side bits, and you'd be like, and they're going like, be amazing. Nobody's interested in making that. Yeah, we're installing. I'm not in New Zealand now. Teabag Simulator. Are you excited, guys? New sim updates. It is fun actually with Sims that they do. Of all games, so like you get first-person shooters, but they don't tend to get updated to the same degree that driving sims do. Turge, why would anyone use imperial measurements? Shoes, the UK, the US don't even have the same numbers. It's just to make it more exciting. New gun handling model. Well, they did that with CSGO. They changed the spray patterns a bit. It's actually really interesting with CS2 how netcode affects the perception of netcode, frame timing, a whole bunch of stuff affects the perception of how responsive things are. Really, it's quite interesting if you're into that kind of nerdy stuff. Yeah, MOBAs get updated, but in boring ways, let's be honest. We don't talk about MOBAs here because we're not sad. They're the worst type of game, honestly. MOBAs are awful. They're terrible games. I hate them. Absolutely hate. Like, I think they could be good, but they're terrible. Right, here we go. We're loading. Lemieux. Mario Lemieux. Le Mans. Don't even know if everything's working. You're a towel! Future Cop LAPD. Oh wait, that was the top-down game with the robot thing, right? That's from like 2000 or like 97. That was a well good game. I had that. See, I get these obscure references. Why do my ears hurt? I need to... Bloody hell. We're loading. Computer's probably going to catch on fire. Skill issue with MOBAs. My screen's gone black. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, here we go. Something's happening. Press any button to start. Right. Policy updates. I agree. You can have my soul. This is also that Steve Hood, who's in charge of LMU. When you click accept on these, it just links your webcam. So he's got a bedroom. He's got a wall in his bedroom full of. He's got a wall in his bedroom full of TVs, and when you accept this, he just sits there at night, naked, rubbing butter over his body, watching you play LMU. He's just like, whoa. That's what he's into. But you've agreed to it. You've agreed to it. Let's not get copyrighted here. I agree. I've agreed to everything. Do I need to buy these, or do they just... Have I got them already? I mean, I've got keys, press keys for them. I don't know if they worked. I think I bought the ultimate version anyway, so I think I've got it all. We've got a nice advert in the game. There we go. Oh, so dumb. They gave me keys, but I'd already bought them. I'd already bought them all. God, I'm really rubbish at my job. Right. What's happening then? What am I doing? What are we doing? What do we test? See, they've gone for the meme Porsche. But I just want to do a quick test. Where do we do a test? Is it race weekend? Season 24, is it this one? Yeah, but Perel also likes Gran Turismo, so I have him on video saying it. So Dear. Right. I'll have blackmail tapes of people's views on things. Right. Bloody. Well, how do I just want to do a quick test. I just want to test. Test day. Replays, credits. Do I have to do race weekend? And then maybe I just. Well, we'll just do that. What do we do? Let's do Spa. Right. Sim Wars. Is this a new Ferrari? I want a GT. Hang on. I want a GT3 cars, not the NMDH. Hang on. I can't. Right. Well, how do I get the GT3 cars? Well, am I being dumb here? Why does it just say hypercar? Is it my chat room blocking it or something? Yeah, I just picked the 2024 season. How do we get the GT3 car? I'm being stupid here. Right. Oh, hang on. Is it here? No. What? I do have the season pass. It's at the bottom. Top middle. No, I can pick different cars here at the bottom, but I want the GT3 car. It's all hypercars. I'd be stupid here. Why has it done that? I don't want Steam. What are you doing? Hang on. Class section. Yeah, no. Right. We're in the game. We go race weekend. Okay. Right. Race weekend. And I'm like, okay. Season 2024. Okay. Yeah. And then you're like, okay, pick the track. Okay, pick the track. Yeah, great. There's nothing to click on there. We have championship. Yeah, fine. Continue. No, it just says, unless it's hidden by my chat room. Oh, it's hidden by my... yeah, it's hidden by my physical chat. I can see it. That was well weird. So I have a... no, I have a physical chat room in front of my screen. Like I have a separate screen in front of my screen. So I couldn't see it. And it was obscured so that even when I moved my head like this, I still couldn't see it. No, I literally have a monitor in front of my monitor because it connects to my other computer. I thought I was going insane. Yeah, and then my camera's blocking it. So normally I'd look over at my other screen and I'd be like, oh. Yeah, you guys, I have a screen in I have a screen in front of my screen. Jesus Christ. I'm not that blind. I literally have a screen block on my screen, which is why I moved, but it just happened to be it's here and my screen's here, and when I moved it was like I could see the other thing but not that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, whatever. Right. Right. Ferrari. Is this the new one? It's actually really handy having a separate screen in front of your screen so you can have a really clear chat room. Just has some problems, as you've just seen. Too many mince pies. I promise the screen's there. Promise. Right, we just want to do practice, really. Oh, well, it doesn't really matter, does it? Should we just start? Yeah, it seems to be running smoother, which is nice. Not enough tea. Oh, I forgot to turn the audio off in game. Oh well. Yeah, well, we'll try. We'll try. Why not test everything? The ultimate Le Mans. Thanks, guys. If you're watching on YouTube, if you click the like button, you'll gain 3 horsepower. Also, to let everyone know, we have a Patreon that's somewhat newish. We've gone back to it. If you want to support us, it's a good way to support us on there. It's separate to all the platforms, so it's kind of convenient for me to message people or to do announcements. But we also put music on there. We're also going to put force feedback stuff on there. There's like other bits and bobs that'll go on it. You can follow our Patreon for free as well. You don't have to pay for it, but it's a good separate platform for when I do posts. I know that everyone gets emailed, so it's a way for us to avoid control of the evil empires of Amazon and Google. But yeah, appreciate people that follow us on there, and yeah, you can subscribe on YouTube and Twitch if you want to, but I don't expect it. Thanks for watching adverts and suffering. There you go. I'm shilling. I'm trying to show myself a bit more. I've been pretty bad at it. Oh no, look who's in chat. Dave Cam. Dave Cam. Dave Cam. It's Dave Cam. Very bold man with no hair. Lives in a sim rig, he doesn't care. He lives in the northeast of the UK. It's Dave Cam. Dave Cam. That's his new song. every time he comes in. Right, we're starting the game. Did you like that? Did you like that? It's a good song. Right, here we go. How you doing, Dave? Guys, go and subscribe to Dave Cam. Right. It did have an Indian vibe. Now he wants a curry. I'd have a curry, actually. Hello. What? Hello. Almost drove into the wall then, killed the pit box. You used to watch, yeah, but then you stopped. And for good reason. Oh, turning circle. Probably need to. Oh, we need to find some TC and stuff. Turn them down. Amia! Hello! Well, okay, we need to turn some TC down here. Where's the bindings? Brake bias. Yeah, we need to adjust some stuff here. Okay, this setup needs changing quite a bit. Force feedback's still shit, guys. I did that on purpose. I mean, maybe we need to tweak it. There's no like, there's still no dynamic range. Oh well, we'll see. Seems really pokey though. It has the suspension compression force feedback, which is good. for people, but it actually gives them the illusion that they're braking, but it doesn't actually tell you what the tyres are doing, and it tricks a lot of people. We need to adjust the settings of this car. That sounds alright, I think. I don't know why this is so initially poked. Like, the force feedback's weird in this game. I mean, it seems nice and drivable though. Like, really easy to drive. The setup's terrible. We need to... Let's go in it. Back to, return to pits. Return to garage. Let's bind some buttons. It seems to run nice, which is good. Controls. Right, first of all, we could probably turn the force back up. I don't know why the car seemed so pokey. We need to bind. Primary controls. We need to bind brake bias. Well, I think it's fairly similar to R Factor 2 in many ways, but so the thing is, right? This will upset people. A lot of people will say, they will say R Factor 2 has the best force feedback, right? And it's become a meme. But actually, it doesn't really for describing exactly what the tyres are doing. But R Factor 2 is very easy to drive. And it does have a lot of bumps, vibrations, suspension compression. But it's not necessarily actually telling you what the tyres are doing. But it's become a meme that you can't question, unfortunately. Hang on, let's do it on this side, actually. Because a lot of people, when they talk about force feedback, they're not talking about the forces that specifically tell you, low frequency forces that specifically tell you the tyre grip. Bloody hell, my screen's blocking exactly what I want to look at. We need the traction control. Right, here we go. Traction control. Right, here we go. So, the nice thing is, like AC1, AMS1, even AMS2 with that custom force feedback file, even iracing, the thing is iracing has terrible physics, it has really bad tyre model, but the force feedback does describe the grip of the tyres, very detailed, not for braking and stuff, but in some ways, but the tyres are a problem with that, so this is a thing. Right. Yeah, we will. We're going to try some different things. We're not even driven properly yet. We're just getting the car set up so we can drive. For that, well, no, we're just talking whilst we're driving. Turn the force feed back up. I've not even got settings right yet. Force feedback rant. Is a lower number more or less? Old tyrant. Yeah, the force feedback's terrible. It doesn't matter. Oh, look. We can turn the force feedback to... we can turn the smoothing off. But the reason we put the smoothing on is because I have my force feedback on really direct. So I can feel what's going. Like, you're just going to feel loads of graininess from the sim. Okay, now the force feedback's just broken. The old R Factor 2 bug. There we go. Yeah, guys. Even with jeez, like every time I have to explain some like fundamentals of force feedback to people. For tyre grip, it's low frequency force feedback. As a result, even if you have a reasonable amount of smoothing on, you can feel the range in force feedback for tyre grip and pertinent stuff to tyre grip, because it doesn't happen that quickly, so smoothing doesn't massively affect it. Smoothing will affect like the sharpness of bumps, it will add some latency, but the actual tyre grip, as you sort of go in and out of load and stuff, it will come through on like really terrible settings. Andy, the graininess will be because the wheelbase is reflecting the signal that's coming through the game, and so if a wheelbase doesn't have that, there's probably some form of built-in filter on the wheelbase. But again, it doesn't matter. The graininess isn't really the issue. It's irrelevant. I don't really care that it's grainy or not. The point would be to have, it's the dynamic range of low frequency force that describes how much grip the tyre has. So I don't know why this is hard to understand. You can you can play yeah, AMS1, AC. But like, this is really nice and easy to drive. I mean, the handling seems fine. No, so right, why is it every people's brains break when you just say stuff that's really just oh, it's just really stupid, guys. Cold tyres as well. We went through this last time. Cold tyres are actually better for immediately letting you know how good the force feedback is, because cold tyres have less grip, so they give less detail. So if you've got detail with cold tyres, you know that when you've got warm tyres, you're going to have... If you can feel the detail with the cold tyres, you're obviously going to feel it with the warm tyres. But, you know, I mean, honestly... Yeah, we were just driving. This isn't even a review. This isn't even a review, guys. Jesus. Daniel, well, that's fine. I'm not... Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that can happen that... Like the entire dynamics of the tyre could change in different ways. I don't disagree. So what's weird with MS2, the engine notes sound separate to the car, what the car's actually doing. Like the engine note does not line up with like the speed that the car's going at, and or like There's something off with the sound in this game. This is one of the things that I've always noticed with it. Like, it doesn't line up to the actual what's going on. Which isn't a problem in AMS1, AC, ACC, you know. There's just some like disconnect with the audio and what the engine's actually doing or what the car's seemingly doing. You're making it sound like we LMU players claim this is the perfect... No, I'm not making out anything. I don't even know what you're talking about. No, I'm saying the previous point is that it's not about LMU players. R Factor 2, within sim racing, there's a general meme that R Factor 2 has the best force feedback of all the sims. It's become like an indisputable point that R Factor 2 has the best force feedback. This has been going on for years. And I'm saying, actually, in reality, R Factor 2's force feedback doesn't actually necessarily describe what the tyres are doing at the limit. That's all, especially compared to AC1, AMS1 or some other stuff. But the thing is, LMU and R Factor 2 have very nicely controllable vehicles. Like, they're very easy to drive. So the fact that the force feedback's a bit rubbish for where the limit is or the exact point on the limit doesn't matter as much because the cars are, like, people aren't going to notice because the cars are so easy to drive. Maybe not easy to drive as the fastest people in the world, but, like, you know, they're very controllable, as they should be. They're very forgiving. What's the... Like, there's no real dynamic range to force feedback for you getting on the throttle and what that's doing with the car. It's just, it's like really a brutal self-aligning. And then really aggressive braking load, which is R Factor 2. That's what R Factor 2 force feedback's always like. Which a lot of people think's amazing. But it doesn't really help you actually... It doesn't help you really drive. Well, it doesn't tell you what you need to know, though. Does it? It stops you from spinning because it's so aggressive self-aligning. But it doesn't tell you through the force feedback where the productive limit is. It's same with the ACC's the same. They're very easy to drive, and it stops you from spinning. But if you're someone that drives from feel, then it's a problem. If you're not someone that drives from the force feedback so much, you drive from visuals and other things. You won't care, you'll be like, oh, it's fine. But the thing is, most people's expectation on force feedback is a lot lower. Like, they don't realise how good force feedback can be for telling you exactly what the car's doing. And they also don't realise, in a real car, you basically drive from the G loading, which is very high detail for where the tyres are at in a lot of situations. And then what happens is people are like, oh, it's a sim, you shouldn't be able to feel it through the wheel. So they then go, oh yeah, no, it's a sim, I don't expect to be able to feel it. So then you get lots of real drivers going, oh yeah, it's really good. But it's like they don't know because they've never played AMS1 with a wheel set up properly or AC with it set up properly. They don't understand the abstraction. So then you have a whole other conversation of what's literal and abstract. And you go round and round and round. And then you have a whole load of people that have the wheels set up incorrectly. It's never... I don't think we'll ever get there. We'll never get there. And, you know, to be honest, the developers have a hard enough time just making the Sims work in the first place. You're like an iRacing fanboy. What? iRacing really irritates me. It's got really annoying... physics, and its force feedback's not that good either, but it does work in certain ways. This is really nice and drivable. This is super easy to drive, as it should be. This is obviously just a bog standard setup. It's a GT3 car as well. Like, what is wrong with sim racing, guys? Like, GT3 cars are probably some of the worst cars to be racing, but you know, it's good. Like, it's good for a lot of people. I'm not massively anti GT3 cars, but they are inherently. I think they're inherently a little bit dull. Yeah, I don't. Yeah. Just a little bit. I think in real life, the G-forces and the way that they move around and stuff makes them actually quite good. But I think in Sims, GT3 cars are particularly suffer. Yeah, exactly. In Sims, they just don't have the dynamics. Because I think in real life, this is from watching onboards and stuff. In real life, cars are like constantly purchasing, unpurchasing. The road's got so much random shit going on with it. You know, there's so much crazy stuff on a that's variable that, and it's so hard for a driver in real life to be absolutely perfect with everything that it makes them a lot more interesting. My force feedback is actually clipping here. We need to reduce it. They're good for wheel to wheel because they're so easy to drive. No, that's not how it works. So, why is it... Guys, there's so many of these memes in sim racing that people have not thought about stuff. So it's like TCR, and people going, oh, TCR races, the racing's so good. And it's like, no, it's just a convoy of cars because they can't overtake. And so they're just following in a convoy. That's not good racing. That's just a convoy of cars. So... What's good racing is if you've got chances for cars to be 3 wide on a corner, or they can be multiple corners that they can overtake, or they can quickly move left and right to attack, defend. Like if a car, like a modern Formula 1 car, is huge, or like it's got ABS on it, well, drivers are not going to make mistakes going into braking zones so much. If it's really big, it's not going to. It's going to make it harder for a car to make a pass through the corner. If a car's overly stable and the speed difference isn't much, there's less. It's just going to reduce racing. Like weirdly, GT3's in a weird zone where it's actually somehow worse than GT4 for actual racing. But yeah, if you for racing, actual like racecraft racing choices, what you really need are smaller cars that are nimble and no systems. That will produce more dynamics and more opportunity for racecraft. So the point of a GT3 car, its fundamental design, is to allow rich people to do longer races in cars that everyone knows the brands, and so they get an audience because it's like Porsche, Ferrari and what have you. But also the cars are like incredibly reliable, relatively speaking, and you can also have like the systems on them mean that you can have a complete pleb that's paid £250,000 jump in the car, and then you can also have a race driver jump in the car. That's what GT3's about. It's not really about raw racing. It's about someone's paid a lot of money and they want to get good track time out of the money they've spent. That's the design remit, fundamentally, of GT3. But, you know... Oh, this is really nice and drivable, you know. It depends what level you're like being critical about it. If you're just talking from like a general, like the handling seems really fine, the physics are great. You know, I mean, I'm not the most critical of physics, so I don't really care. Like if the car's like nice and drivable, has a nice bit of slips, controllable, you know, the physics feel great. You can see there's nice depth of tyre. You can see an initial sort of, it washes out a bit, grip comes back a bit. Nice dynamics to it. I think the actual tyre behaviour seems really quite nice on this. But as I say, like the force feedback's awful. Like a lot of people wouldn't notice. So if you're talking about your average sim racer, the bar is so low for force feedback because of sims like ACC. Your average sim racer, I think this has got better force feedback than ACC, to be fair. Your average sim racer though will think, oh, this is great, it's fine, because the bar for force feedback is so monumentally low. Yeah, no, it's better than ACC, but as I say, ACC's force feedback is an absolute effing joke. Like, it's so bad, it's completely pointless. Like, it's still very drivable, but it's lowered the bar. Whereas you play like AC1, AMS1, use that rack force file with AMS2, God knows what. You can feel where the tyre's at all the time with them, and you might, well, the physics might be, I mean, AMS2's physics are mental. Yeah, but Jardier, Jardier can think what he wants. I'm just telling you the truth. Jardier likes ACC, so he, you know. I don't care what he thinks. I'm just telling you that the fact is, well, yeah, but ACC allows you Nordic. ACC allows you to drive reasonably well. I think that's pretty low-hanging fruit. I think what you really want to, if you're someone that drives from field, you really want to have like that dynamic range there. Yeah, because your bar is so low. I'm saying, what I'm telling you is, you can actually have the detail that's analogous to the detail that you have in real cars, and that's phenomenal, and that's already been done in sims like AMS1 and AC, and that's incredible because it means you can drive much more like how you would in a real car, where you feel what's happening and then you can adjust to it, and it's just more compelling from a video game perspective. It's just more fun. It's like with flight sims, right? I can fly a plane with my force feedback joystick and not have any G-force effects, right? It's fantastic still. You can fly the plane, be very precise. But if you have G-load, this is totally separate to what I'm saying, what sims should have, but if you have G-load, you can feel exactly what the plane's doing, the turbulence properly, how much load you're putting on the airframe. It's so much more enjoyable, and like you can be even more precise. No, so no, you don't even need the. So people are so confused when it comes to force feedback. So AC1, you don't even need to use the gyro setting, and the gyro setting is basically a form of dynamic damper based off the speed. That's completely separate to being able to feel what the tyres are doing. That is more to do with stopping oscillation. That's not the crux of what makes AC1 that's not, no. And also, I think LMU actually has, as you get faster, the force feedback gets heavier anyway. So it's such a shame that people just don't understand force feedback. I mean, I guess I could make a documentary. But this is nice and easy to drive, you know. I think, you know, there's really good depth to the physics in this. Like, you know, it's obviously way more realistic than AMS2 in the handling. Like the actual tyre behaviour in this is superb. Like, this is exactly what you'd expect slick tyres to sort of really behave like. So I think the physics are great. I just like want to be able to feel what the tyres are doing through the wheel, because that's, why wouldn't you? When it comes to the actual crux of what really is the intricate thing that's faster and slower, that's, otherwise you'd. I tell you what happens is, if you don't have that dynamic range to the force feedback, you basically end up having to drive in this in a purely robotic way based off the Delta, which I personally, I think is a little bit boring. Like, it's just dull. My brain just turns off. It's not as engaging. Have I done a... Yeah, we've done force feedback videos in AC, but you just literally use the in-game default force feedback. Like, to me, now, like, I mean, we could have a setup that's a bit looser. This is just really boring to drive. Like, I think the physics are fantastic. The handling is great. But... for me personally... like, if you're in a race, maybe it's a bit better. But without that feel, I just find it boring. Same with AC, like ACCs like that. This has got way better, way more interesting physics than ACC, I would say. Mold it. No, I've literally just explained exactly what the thing is and why that makes it better. Also explained how that applies to flight sims as well as driving sims. So you can disagree with what I'm saying, but you can't just go, oh, he's not happy with anything. It's like, no, I've just explained very precisely the crux of stuff that a lot of sim races, I've even said a lot of sim racers wouldn't notice or care because they don't. I say, like, a lot of people are very happy playing ACC or iRacing for various reasons. I'm just, unfortunately, I've played a lot of driving sims I've played a lot of driving sims, so I'm able to say, well, no, this is how this affects this is what's going on here, this is how it's different. Now, you can like and dislike different things, or you can have it might be more or less relevant to you, but as someone, like, I have like 15,000 hours playing driving sims, so obviously the novelty of just driving around in and of itself is probably less exciting than it would be for other people. But you know, I say that the handling of this feels really nice. Like, it's really nice to drive. See, this is a billion times better than iRacing, billion times better than AMS2. So, and I'm not saying that the physics are unrealistic. I'm just saying, explain the specific thing about force feedback. Is this drunk head motion mod? Neil's hello. I have to use quite aggressive filtering for the camera for motion sickness, which is that's what I've got used to. A lot of people probably want it more locked to the car for sure. It's been positive. I'm just critical. That's all. This feels slow though for some reason. This car, like, I feel like we're driving around at 30 miles an hour. I don't know why this feels slow, because the textures are nice. Maybe the engine sounds a bit boring. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? The sense of speed is really doesn't seem very good in this. Don't know why. I mean, we got LMDH cars passing us, but we need to do an online race. Oh, it's totally drivable though. Like, so this is the thing is, again, the thing that I should be more clear about is when I say stuff, it's a sort of unfiltered view from someone that's, as I say, got many thousands of hours in many simulators. Then if you're talking about stuff from like a, yeah, and also being compared to the absolute best stuff. But if you're talking about things in like a generalised sense, it's like, well, this is, you know, I mean, all the PC sims compared to like Gran Turismo and Forza and stuff, it's not even in the same ballpark, is it? Yeah, I don't know why this feels so slow. Oh, you're just saying because they're slower GT3. Yeah, but still, they're GT3 cars. These cars are still slightly faster than they're faster than a Radical SR3, right? So, I tell you what seems nicer with the physics in general is the when you're in the bit of slip and then you get on the throttle to then rotate the car from that slip. It feels like there's more. Like the degree of control that you have in that narrow window of slip is more snappy but still controllable. That's very hard to explain. But, so... Because this is the crux of racing sims that is a difficult thing to get right, is that in a real race car, there is a lot of controllable slip. Well, first of all, there's a lot of controllable slip, even if it's slower. But second to that, there's a narrow window of slip that's like between 4 and 8 degrees or whatever, maybe 4 and 10 degrees. It depends on the car and tyre and conditions. But that narrow window has a lot of controllability in it. And it might be very snappy, and it's also in that window, not always is the higher amount faster or the slower amount slower or faster, but it's quite controllable still. So it's like the car is on that limit zone, and there's a huge amount of range to that limit zone, and that behaviour in that zone is what sims tend to struggle with. And I think, this feels quite nice for that with TC turned off. Yeah, no, as a simplification, it seems like iRacing is on one side, where the moment you get into any kind of purposeful slip, like you push the car into slip, or you brake aggressively, or you load it up aggressively, iRacing just no, you can't do that. You have to stay under the limit. And AMS2 wants you to drive in like always massive hovercraft slip, like in a really weird way. Like AMS2 wants you to like absolutely welly the cars. I would say so I think AC1 is in a really nice sweet spot. However, the problem with AC1 is that it's just too simple. Like AC1 does the behaviour very, very well, very similar to a real car, to real slicks and road car, like in many ways. Like AC1 is very, very good, but it's really simplistic. It's as if you just captured one super specific track condition and one super specific thing, and that's what AC1's like. So it's like AC1 is like, it's really, really, really good and really, really correct, but in a one very specific condition, if that makes sense. Whereas what's nice, I think, with LMU is that this car seems to handle fantastic, and also seems to have more variability to it. So, like, just the way the front's washing out a bit and then repurchasing, But I mean, it's a GT3 car, so it's hard to. So, like, this is actually. That was a nice skid sound as well there, actually. I purposely wellied that, by the way. I think the handling of this is really nice. I mean, in many ways, I've always thought the handling of R Factor 2 was really quite nice, to be honest. It's just the force feedback. No, I was just turning some laps. There's something messed up with the audio in this game. This is the only sim where I will accidentally downshift into neutral gear because it doesn't sound like the RPMs or the engine sound is lining up with what the car's doing. It's the only sim I do that in. I can't be the only person that's noticing that. Maybe it's because there's not that much dynamic range to like the note of the RPM of the engine or something. I think it's because the audio, because it like I don't do it in AC, race room, iRacing. I mean, some cars have shift protection on them as well, but I think it's because the audio does, to me, it doesn't feel like the audio note is lining up with the actual what the engine's actually doing. And I think that really throws you off. And it also makes it feel like the throttle is not particularly connected to the car so much. And in fairness, I get it. In a real car, if you're wearing a helmet, the engine note can be really quite muted. So maybe stylistically they're going for that. But in a real car, you can feel like vibrations and stuff that give you other cues as to what's going on with the engine note and things. So, you know, like, so a good example of audio stuff is that iRacing, I think, has pretty crappy audio in many ways. But functionally, you can hear in iRacing the dynamic range of the tone is such that you can always hear exactly where your engine's at. So even if you don't like how it sounds, in iRacing, I always feel like, oh, I hit the corner at this RPM. I don't need to look at the RPM gauge. It's like I know the note of the engine was that note, so I know that what's going on. I like it, but in order to keep my reputation as an instigator, I don't like... No, it's just being critical. Right, we can do a race. Yeah, no, so Edem Q2, ACC's another thing. No, hang on. Quick to menu, is that right? Yeah. ACC audio is another thing where there's too much, I would argue, the audio's compressed too much, so it sounds too loud, and so it gives you a headache. So there's a... It's like if you... Thanks for subscribing, Silent Shark. So if you're looking at instruments or music, you have a difference between something that's loud because it's like compressed and sounds loud, and something that has like a good range of tonality to it. So you can make something louder by physically turning the audio, by making it louder, like it's louder to listen to, or you can like compress it so the sound, it's not actually louder, but it sounds louder because of how you perceive it. But separate to that, you also have the range in tone, and then you've got like subtones and other dynamics and things. But I mean, that's a whole... Why is this not... Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Yeah, audio is a whole nother thing. Bartlett's potatoes. Right, let's... no, I think it's all right. I think... yeah, I mean, obviously, when I do these live streams where we're giving a first impression, it's a first impression from my perspective where I'm not necessarily saying things from the perspective of a rounded perspective of considering other people's perspectives. And my perspective is one that's insane because I'm obsessed with force feedback and I've been sim racing too long. Way too long. What did you do online, and then what's this? Online championships, daily, weekly, special events. This is nice. So we've only done 25 races. That's how much I've enjoyed LMU. Yeah. Special events. These the UI's really nice. I mean, the beveling, guys, what is this beveling about? We said this with AMS2. Where is it? What's happened with all this bloody huge beveling? Where's this? Who started this? What is wrong with you guys that are beveling everything? There's beveling here. But why? What is wrong with you guys? These graphic designers. Who started this beveling rubbish? Todd, you're welcome. The big bevel conspiracy standard. Is this like a default Photoshop bevel or something that's happened? What is a bevel? Like the edge of the corner here. So, like in design language, we seem to go through phases of having square edges and beveled edges. To be honest, as I say, I think YouTube started it. You know, when YouTube videos, if you hadn't noticed this will drive you crazy. The edges of videos are all beveled by quite a large amount, and this happened like a year ago. A fillet, all right, fine, call it a fillet. I don't care. So I blame Google. We'll be back to square edges in a few years' time. Don't worry. It's just gone back down to bevel land. Windows. Do you remember Windows Phone? They went full square edges, and I appreciated that, but everyone went against it. Exactly. My dynamic range of ranting is all over the place. Right. So what's the special event? Sounds like I'm ordering a Chinese. Right. First of all, let's turn the game music off because I don't want to get copyrighted. Right. Audio. Music, UI music off. Yeah, I like the tyre skid sound was nice actually whilst driving. When will I make it? Well, I'm not stupid enough to make a sim game. You have to be an absolute idiot. And funnily enough, some people do want me to work on sims, but like you have to be an idiot to work. If you get right, first of all, you have to be an idiot to work in the games industry. I've made that mistake before. It's dumb. Like, I mean, technically we're still working in the games industry, so I've failed miserably. But you have to be an absolute idiot to be a developer. Like, I can't explain it to you guys enough how stupid you have to be a game developer. Like, it's not fun. I mean, it is for some people, but it's only because they're masochists. What's happening here? Overview. This special event. What is this? Just a... Event starts in 1 hour 54 minutes. Okay, we can do that. It starts in 9 minutes. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Yeah, it's silent shock. It's not. Yeah, that's good. It's not really about having the shift protection though, because it's more that it's. As I say, I don't ever feel like the engine note is ever connected to what the engine is doing in this sim at all. It's never felt connected to me, and I think it really throws things off. And it really surprises me that other people don't mention it. Now the thing is, if I make a video, if I say this in a video where more people watch it rather than 300 viewers, loads of people will start saying, "Oh yeah," because either they didn't notice it and that makes them notice it, or they might even just confabulate that that's happening because they probably haven't thought about it. And the thing is, I make music. It's shit. I like techno music and stuff. I'm not good at it, but maybe that makes me notice these things more. David Gibbons! Let's register. We'll do the Ferrari, why not? So, stuff that I notice, other people might not notice, or they might not find it that relevant. So... Oh, hang on, what's going on here? Oh, yeah. I keep expecting something to happen and it doesn't. The menu's working. They've done a lot better job. Like, this is way more polished user experience. Like, the menus are all snappy. I mean, I'm docking points for the beveling, but, like, this is... we loaded into the game. We did a practice with AI, just driving around, and now we've just gone into the multiplayer, and we're loading into a thing. The practice server's loading. So that's really good. You have to... Thing is, for most people, they'll just be like, "Oh, that's normally expected," but that's actually really nice. The back end stuff and the game's also running better. So, but I am fair, guys. I'm fair. Look, I will whinge about the negatives, but I'm also pointing out the positives here. Yeah? And this is in a live stream. Bloody hell! How does he do it? This is why we have so many hot female viewers. They love how fair and balanced we are. Like Fox News. Hang on. I thought the race was at Spa. Why is practice at Bahrain? You talk about sound variation in game, but you listen to techno. Yeah, because techno's the best. The best. Look, how dare you question techno? Oh no, hang on, we're at Spa now. What was that about? Hang on, was that just the loading screen? That's confusing. The loading screen should probably be the track that you're currently racing on, I would say. Oh, hang on, are we going back to the main menu? What's going on here? Okay, so I was saying that the menus were working, but I don't think they are. Take it back. Take it back. I'm well confused. Okay, huge error. Okay, yeah, take it back. Well, up 42. Maybe too many people. Well, we'll just wait. Oh well. Good race, yeah, that's good. That went well. I didn't notice anything happening. Is the YouTube live? Yeah, I bet. Yeah, but look how I beveled it. The Matty Online. Look how minimally beveled it is. See how we beautifully beveled it. Nice and tight. And there's no bevel on my webcam because we're in the anti-bevel zone. I need to unbevel the chat. Neville the bevel. Guys, click the like button if you disagree with everything I say. I can't stop seeing bevels now. They're everywhere. I know. If you think about it, a milk chocolate digestive is the perfect bevel. A circle is a never-ending bevel. Where does the bevel start and stop? The Earth. The Earth itself is a three-dimensional bevel. Oh, Brenton Edwards. How dare you? Yeah, because you don't go into the dragon's den. You need to steal the diamond without waking the dragon. Every website's beveled within an inch of its life. My forehead's beveled. Yeah, your head's beveled. I had a nice square head like David Coulthard, and then I woke up one day and it was fully beveled. Streamline though, aerodynamic. Yeah, beveling's taking over. It's aliens of bevel. They're taking over with bevels. If you think about it, back in the day, mind you, the Tesla Cybertruck isn't beveled, is it? But that's probably not a good example because it looks terrible. But like a classic Lamborghini, no bevels, perfect. It has no corners to bevel, but that's because it's been perfectly beveled. You That's because, yeah, before it was beveled, it was a square, but it's been beveled into a circle. So, okay, you're saying it's a chamfer, okay, fine. But like the point is, how do you know if it wasn't, unless you knew what it was before? When does a bevel become a circle? Bring back embossed. I think we should bring back windings. Oh, I've been beveled by OBS. Oh, it's reconnecting. What's going on here? Loading. 170 people registered. That's good. Why is David at the top? Why is David John Gibbons at the top here? Is like is he the first person to sign up? Who can we slag off here? David. By the way, guy, David has like the best curtains. Who we got here? Norman Dawn. I don't know him. Dan Suzuki. Got all the names in here. Everyone's in here. Anybody else? No. Oh, well, I've not played this for ages, so. Did you wipe your Todger on? What are you talking about? Jesus Christ! Did you like wake up in the morning and decide to type that in the chat? And you thought, that's a good comment. Oh, the curtains. Yeah, that's just ridiculous. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's James West guy. Who's that? It's good that you got. This thing is you need ranking, so it's good that you've got like a ranking thing to put everyone in the same stuff. But have I been getting attacked, BRT? Yeah, this is Thomas on the saxophone in the background. I don't think we've actually said that much particularly controversial in this stream. Just that the force feedback doesn't give you as much detail for the tyres as you have in AMS1, AC, and some other stuff. But we've also said that the physics feel really nice, or the handling seems really good. And then also the audio doesn't line up with the car, which is just a fact. There's something weird with the audio. I don't think that's that controversial, to be honest. Maybe it is for some people though. We've besmirched their reality. Oh yeah, I mean it's not hard though for physics to be better than iRacing. Like iRacing's physics are like from the 90s. Yeah, the bevel talk. That was the that pushed people over the limit. Sims is actually good. No one plays it. I think people do play it. Why can't we join? Hang on. Do we need to go back and then? This is bugged. It says event underway, but I can't join. Oh, great. Do I need to restart the game? What is going on? Hey? Are the servers loading? So I can join practice, but I can't join the event. Yeah, well, I don't. Well, first of all, right. First of all, when you say X streamer or YouTuber is hating on something, blah blah blah. Well, first of all, people tend to say that in other people's chats, and the streamer actually isn't often hating on something. They tend to just be talking, and then someone takes what they've said out of context and then goes, "Oh, Jardier said this. Game of Muscle said this. Ah, so you disagree with him?" It's like, well, who fucking cares? Make your own mind up. Just use your brain. But also, secondly, make a point. You go. Oh, if you're gonna quote what a streamer says, you can say, oh, this streamer thought that the grip levels or the force feedback or this specific thing was different from this specific thing in this specific way. And so that's an interesting point. You can't just say, Jardier says that Game of Muscle has a huge penis. Like, it might, oh, we can join the event, great. Like, you could say that, but it doesn't, maybe you did say that, maybe you didn't say that. It doesn't help anyone, does it? So... So, like, just why do people do that? I don't know. The thing is, I like... just so weird behaviour. Oh, no, unable to join. Okay, please try again later. Oh, it's later now. How long is later? I think there's too many people trying to join the event. Computer says no. Of course we care. We have no mind. But yeah, like just saying. So I have no credibility. Other people have no real credibility. In and of itself, what matters would be the actual substantive thing that someone's saying. That's the point. So if it's not working. If another streamer said, "Oh, the controllable slip seems more or less than this other simulator," well, that's an interesting point. They could be wrong still, but at least there's a thing there, right? Or oh, this sort of thing happened, or this setup seems to work better or worse, or this way of driving. That's actually interesting. It still might not be true, but at least there's a point there. It's not working. Thanks for subscribing. Mashed. Yeah, I think it's probably because there's quite a few people signing up. Well. Okay. We can try verifying the game cache. Let's try one more time. Yeah. Have you noticed how people also distill stuff into either a positive or a negative, a binary positive or negative? They'll be like, well, Jimmy Broadbent said it was the best. Dan Suzuki said it was the worst. Jardier said it was the best thing he's ever done. Matt Malone said it was the end of the universe. It's always like a pine. It's like, none of these people, I know them. Jimmy's not like binary about stuff. It would be like quite nuanced or just vague because he's pretty anodyne. Same with Jardier. He's not, they don't ever, they just say like, oh, I quite enjoy it. And yet, from someone like Jardier, who is really quite anodyne and purposefully positive in his streams, and he's genuinely a really nice guy, from someone like that who says the most anodyne thing possible, somehow people get from that to he really hates it or he really likes it. It's insane. It's really insane. Like, it's particularly noticeable with someone like Jardier, who's really not like, he doesn't say binary stuff because he's trying to be as, he's trying to be as positive vibe, happy stream as possible. It's what he wants to do. So I'm going to verify the files here. Yeah, it's really... Oh, what's going on? My game's not working now. We'll verify the files. Yeah, I think it's because it's easier in your... It's less effort. If you distill something down to a finalised positive or negative, it allows you to dismiss it and it allows you to stop thinking about it. So, but I think what people need to do is they need to actually be comfortable with not having to dismiss something. Okay, the game's now crashed. So because it can seem frustrating that you haven't finalized a view on a thing, but it shouldn't. It should be just normal and quite comfortable. So you should be like, oh, I kind of like these things, I kind of don't like these things, I've not fully made my mind up, I kind of like, I kind of don't, but that's fine. We can show a mode settings when we've actually set it up. Currently the game's having a bit of a fanny. Let's verify files here. What did I do when I was in game dev? Not much, actually. It depends what part. Like, one part was mostly going to meetings and trying to get funding and failing miserably whilst working on games that were a disaster. One part was designing stuff. Yeah, another part was just being generally depressed. Yeah. Managing people remotely over the internet to do stuff as well. Quite a lot of emails, quite a lot of accounts, quite a lot of learning how limited companies operate. Really not fun. really, actually awful. I would much rather be a YouTuber. Oh, hang on, wait a minute. Yeah. No, I did do some stuff, like, funnily enough, like doing web games and stuff was alright. Designing web games and that kind of thing. Oh, here we go. We're validating. 8 files failed and reacquired. Let's see what happened. The problem is, the more technical something gets, the less time you actually get to execute on the art of what you want to do. Thanks for subscribing, Bedbug. So it's a really big problem. If you're someone that likes art or like creating stuff, the more technical, the worse it generally is. Unless you're a genius. Unfortunately, I'm not. So that's the nice thing of having it. If you're making a game, like now, there's existing game engines that make stuff a lot easier, and you can design games that aren't crazy, so that helps. But also, like with music production and stuff, like if you're doing everything from scratch, it's crazy. But if you can use tools to make it easier. But sims are terrible. Like the amount of complexity in a racing simulator is insane. Yeah. Right. I think we've missed the race because we couldn't get into it. Okay, well this is totally broken. That went well. Yeah, so that's still a bit bugged. How do we quit the event? How do we get out of this now? We're now trapped in this event. Let's try and register for this. Error! You can't register for this event as you're already registered for another event. I can't quit it though. I'm trapped. I'm trapped. I'm trapped here. We're hostage. I've been held hostage by this event. Quick, invade the country and kill everybody you can. Oh, hang on, no. Careful. This is a problem with LMU. Update comes out, people try it, crashes, it's bugged. 2 weeks later, everything works, but the hype's gone. Yeah. Pray to the gods of racing. Right. Well, this hasn't crashed as much as Flight Sim. Let's do we could just try something out. It's always the back end. Is there a new hypercar? I need a cup of tea. Here we go. Let's try Imola. We'll try a hypercar. What is there in? What's a new hypercar? Are these new? Are these all new? I was not paying attention. Let's try this Alpine. Why not? Andy's working his ass to get the servers back online. He's running it all on a 486 in his bedroom. You're like sim racing. You'll hype it up in 2 weeks when it's fixed. But that's when. But then we've got new iracing tire model. So it's all very confusing. Thanks for clicking the like button, guys, or the dislike button. That's the power of choice. You'll believe the new type. No, I like to believe. Oh yeah, I need to turn the force field back down. I have dreams, hopes and dreams. Hello, Puma. Yeah, see, this car has... There's also like some weird input with this sim where it's like speed sensitive steering or like an ignored part of the steering. Like only once the car started turning does it actually respond to the steering. Like I get it that there's tyre flex and stuff and all these other things, but there's something weird with the input in this compared to every other simulator. No, yeah, well, I've gone through all the settings. It's not any setting. It's I don't know why other people haven't picked up on it. Like, you could, maybe some of it is because it's like a force feedback dead zone, but like as you turn, like here it's like a huge dead zone to the input, right? But it's not. We looked and visually you can see the tyres moving and there's no filters or anything on. It's really weird. And it's also as if it's speed sensitive as well, so it's something really weird. And it makes the steering feel really disconnected from the vehicle. And again, it's not a subtle thing. It's like, bloody hell, this is really weird. So I don't know why. Yeah, well, you think so, but then you'd still. The problem is, the end result is it makes the steering feel completely disconnected from the vehicle. Like you turn the wheel and nothing happens, which is not. That's never been my experience in anything in real life. So. Thanks for subscribing, 4Nerds, welcome. Yeah, I mean the force feedback does not describe the tyre grip at all in any useful way. Self-aligning, tugs and stuff on braking for the back snapping out, but you can't drive from feel at all. So no, I mean I guess I haven't updated this car, but there's no warning for that point where the rear's going to snag. The handling of the vehicle seems great though.
8.13.
The force feedback's terrible. It's awful. Like you feel completely dislocated from the car. Yeah. It's just it feels like you're like turning and then your car's just like. The physics seem good though. It's just weird. The whole evil bevel discussion. Well. Yeah, I mean, it just makes me not want to drive that car at all. I think driving sims should all have like the one thing that Madness Engine does is really nice is that custom force feedback option. So you can basically replace the force feedback with however you want it to work, or force feedback wheel manufacturers could do like telemetry driven. Telemetry driven force feedback, and so you can replace the game's force feedback to get rid of whatever arbitrary thing the developers decide to do, whether or not that's like the developer deciding to do literal force feedback or not, but it doesn't really matter. Well, I need to eat something quickly. I'm starving here, guys. So, like, the online's not working at the moment because the server's crashed. So, I guess that's all down at the moment. Yeah, Jonas, exactly. Yeah, and also just in general, like, I don't. R Factor 2's like this as well, you know. Problem is, it goes against the narrative that R Factor 2 has really good force feedback. So if you say it, you'll get slaughtered. Yeah, I think some people got into a race, so maybe they continue in that race. I don't know what to do because I can't get into anything. I just can't get in. Hey up, Euclid, how's it going? There's nothing here. Yeah, I mean, I think the physics seem nice in this. Like, I don't see anything off with the physics. Like, it's quite nice handling. Nordic watch, yeah, but I mean it shouldn't be a subtle thing, you know. It should be like it should be just stupendously obvious exactly what the tyres are doing, because it's such a fundamental part of driving. It just shouldn't even be vague. It shouldn't be like, oh, I can only just feel it. Especially if you're like talking about people that are on lower end wheels as well, they'll need it even more detailed. So, you know. It's strange to me that developers, I get that they might just go for like, oh, let's do the steering rack in a literal way, and this is just the end result of whatever's happened from the tyres and how that's affecting the steering and stuff. And they have a limited amount of time, you know, so I get it, but you would have thought, given that the force feedback is probably the only way that you can feel what the car's doing, right? Like, without that, you're driving a remote control car. It's what describes what's happening before it even happens. Like, it lets you know what you're loading up. So, what are you talking about, Steve? I don't know if you're being sarcastic. Are you making a joke? So, race room updates live. Yeah, we could check out the race room update. Will Evo have bevels? It probably will. Yeah, but I mean, an ABS car is so. The thing in a real car, you feel what the car's doing through your body, so it's not really. Don't really matter what comes through the steering wheel. And yeah, obviously you can feel what's going on with G-forces in a lot of cases. In a lot of cases you can't. It totally depends on car to car, but that's only one aspect of force feedback or feel. So like if you've got the brake bias set quite far back in a car, then the rear of a car on braking is going to tend to want to step out on braking, right? And then that you're going to feel that transitional load occur because you'll feel the rotational force as the back wants to step out, it starts to step out. So again, that will depend on a whole bunch of stuff. Like if you've got a car with ABS or a car that's more understeery, then that's not going to happen. So you're not going to feel that. But that's all beside the point. You should just have a good feel for these things. I know, Vandis. We've been pumping it out. So many videos. Oh, here we go. We might be back now. No. Dead. It's dead. It's dead, Dave. Do they know? Are the servers actually down? Thanks for subscribing, Miro. I mean, the unfortunate thing is, if you do an update of a game, obviously people are excited to try the update out. If every time when you do an update, it dies, it then really... you know, it's a shame. I mean, I don't know what you do on the back end to stop that from happening. I don't know what causes it. I don't know how you specifically load test it. Yeah, it's an awkward one, but it's a shame because it's obviously you'll have all the streamers. I mean, obviously I'm a small channel, but you'll have all the large streamers, and then if it doesn't work, it's like, do you think how much advertising that is, having like 3 or 4 big streamers? And if they all seem to be having fun or just driving it, even if it's just average, if they're playing it, that's a lot of people that go, oh, okay, I'll give it a go. Well, I don't know what else we can test in single player. Let's have a fiddle with the car here. So, what are the cars in new? The BMW. Let's try that. Let's try it in Imola. The GT3 or this GT3. There you go. New car. Okay. I mean, yeah, I mean GT3 cars, guys. I mean, I get they're popular, so it's good for people that like GT3 cars, and for people that a lot of people just play a specific sim. So for them to have a GT3 car in their sim is great. But yeah, GT3 cars tend to be like the worst. Like even in really good sims, GT3 cars tend not to be the best cars. Yeah, the Interlagos is the new one. No, GT3 cars are easy to drive. They're not easy to drive at the absolute top pace, but nothing is, so... Yeah, this has the same strange steering input. How do people not notice? Like, I wonder if it's the engine note that makes it feels slow. I think it's the audio. It just feels really slow. I've not been paid by LMU. Years ago, I did. Well, it's before. Years ago, I went to a Silverstone endurance race, which Motorsport Games invited me to. So you could say I've been shilled by that. That was before they'd even started developing this. So. Yeah, it's not, but yeah, the power, we're not on about it feeling slow as in a little bit. This feels like I'm driving around at like 30 miles an hour. I think it's the audio. I don't know what's going on. It just feels slow. I feel like I'm driving a road car. Look, I'm well aware of how field of view, camera position, text. Like, I'm literally going to make a video explaining perception of speed. But I have a suspicion it's the engine sound. There is no dynamic range to force feedback for the limit. Like, basically, the force feedback is pointless for helping you drive faster in this game. Like, yeah, it's weird. It's easy to drive, but the physics, I think the physics are good. The handling seems fine. But well, way better handling than AMS2, for example, or way more realistic. There's no force feedback to correspond with how much slip you've got in the more subtle ways. As I say, unfortunately, people have been brainwashed by ACC, which has terrible force feedback as well. And they think strong self-aligning force and suspension compression and vibrations is good force feedback. It's really sad because I feel like it's quite possible that we get stuck in this really useless force feedback and people just don't know any better. Well, we're testing stuff out today. Yeah, I know what clipping feels like. Yeah, no, I mean, if it was when it clips, I obviously would notice that immediately. Clipping, you just feel like a flat signal through the force feedback. I don't think iRacing actually has a new tyre. So the stuff they're doing to the LMP2 and the other cars isn't the new tyre model. It's an adjustment of the current tyre model. No, I mean, these cars have insane grip, James, in reality. Slick tyres are mental. So the grip levels and stuff is great. And the way the tyres sort of respond into the road and the way it... Yeah, the physics are great. Yeah, it's another meme. A lot of sim racers don't realise how grippy slick tyres are. Maybe you probably just need to be, even a passenger lap in a race car with slick tyres would be good enough, I think, to help. But like, even road tyres in real life are crazy. On a track as well. I mean, it's weird because you can go go-karting and even a go-kart has a lot of grip. Yeah, well... There's just no... It's terrible. Like, the physics are great. The force feedback is terrible. Like, there's no... If you're dry from visuals and refining, it's fine because you don't care, because you don't know how to use force feedback. if you use force feedback as a reference for where you are on the limit and where the tyres, how much productive grip you've got on the fronts, and how much you should be getting on the throttle, and how much you should be getting on the brake, and how much you should turn, which is what force feedback is really good for, because in a real car you're using the G-forces to do that, and you do get steering forces through some cars in real cars, some you don't. If you use the force feedback for that, this might as well just be remote control car driving. It's not terrible, it's immersive, but you can't know how much to push the throttle to avoid the understeer, or you literally would just be doing robotic driving, repeating laps and visually driving. What's the fun in that? What's the fun in that? No, it's not to do with it. Like, it's not to do with my force feedback sense. I can feel exactly the forces that are coming out of the game. I've played this on R Factor 2 engine fundamentally. It feels very similar to R Factor 2. I've played R Factor 2 on multiple wheels. I know a lot of people think that ACC's force feedback is fine as well. There's no dynamic range to it. But they're happy with it because they don't realise how it could be better. They just don't know. It's like someone that's never had cheesecake and they've only had sponge cake and they don't realise how good cheesecake can be. So they're like, oh, well, you know, maybe it's your cheesecake settings. Everyone's a fool bar you. No, there's actually quite a lot of people that do understand this, who have actually used different simulators and actually get it. And I also know real world drivers that also have the same view as me. So you know, it's not that people are a fool. It's that there's how much grip the tyres have, or where they are in slip. And so some sims like ACC just doesn't give you anything at all. And the thing is, what confuses people is that because ACC and R Factor 2 and LMU, when you brake, you will get quite a nice tug on the wheel for the braking, right? Which is just the suspension loading up and that changing the geometry and what have you, right? And so people then go, oh, wow, the force feedback's really good. I can feel the braking. But it's not actually describing what the tyres are doing. It's just a load change. Great, it's immersive, but that is enough to make a lot of people go, oh, really good force feedback. Or when the rear steps out, there's aggressive self-aligning, so when the back comes out, it will correct the steering for you, which stops people spinning. And great, that's fantastic. But people will be like, oh, that's great, I'm not spinning, I can really feel what the car's doing. It's like, yeah, okay, but that's like such a basic, foundational basic. Once you can drive reasonably, that's not really the big concern. The concern is feeling where the tyres are in grip to then maximally drive out of the corner as fast as possible. So, yeah. But this is what. But you need. This is why games need custom force feedback, I think, to allow people to actually set it up properly themselves. I don't think you can change this at all. And the other problem is, real cars, especially cars with power steering, can have really vague force feedback in real life. I've driven not full size cars, but I've driven go-karts that have had zero force feedback in the wheel. Like, it felt like a broken DD wheel. Doesn't matter, you drive from what you feel through your body. I have driven full size cars, like actual race cars, that did feel like Toyota Celica I drove did have a lot of feeling through the wheel. And some go-karts I've driven have really good feel. Aerial Atom I drove, which was broken, sort of here and there. But again, in a real car, it doesn't matter because you drive through. You don't need to use what's coming through the wheel. It's not the most important thing. So, yeah, it's a shame because you'll always. The problem is that more people have not messed around with stuff, so they don't know, and a lot of people are happy with something that's really limited. And then they will close their minds off to it. There's nothing you can say. So, the only thing you can do, right, is sit someone down in a sim rig with like AMS1, AC1 or whatever, and maybe ACC as well, with the wheel that you've set up, and you go, look, these are the differences. Like, there's some subjective stuff. People might like it or not like it, but you could sit them down, and then you can purposefully go, right, when you go through this corner, concentrate, like purposefully stay on the throttle too much so it understeers, and tell me what you feel through the wheel with this car in this sim. And they'll be like, okay, right, I get that. And then you load up the other sim and you go, right, now do that in this, see how it feels different, and then you can go like, now think about why that feels different and what that lines up to. And then they'll be like, oh yeah, okay, no, they start to get it. Probably AC1 does that understeer thing the best generally, but AMS2 is not too bad. But the thing that makes it more complicated is that some simulators, they have less realistic physics, and the tyres are like too sloppy, and so but the sloppier your tyres are, the larger the range for the force feedback, so it will make the force feedback feel more dynamic. So that's why like dirt driving in games will have a larger range for the force feedback, because it's not having to compact it into a smaller space. But separate to that, though, like both AMS LMU is it's very controllable, and you can see that it's not just binary. Like, you can see there is actually, the cars are moving around really nicely. So yeah, the whole telemetry thing's another thing as well. Yeah. What can we do to this car? Yeah, so I mean, as I say, the other solution is if you had telemetry-driven force feedback, which you can only be done on an AccuForce wheel. Hello, Gerald. I mean, I think this would be really great fun to still race, but the servers are down at the moment, so we can't actually race it online at the moment. $800 to brute force. Yeah, you just, with ACC especially, it's just robotic Guitar Hero memorization. Ultimately, I mean, but I think that's what all sims turn into, and I think also real driving turns into that as well in many ways, which further masks the nature of physics and force feedback. I think this UI is quite nice, you know. Yeah, because Crawford, because you can feel what the car's doing in AC. So it's it might not be realistic physics, but the force feedback tells you exactly what the car's doing. So you just drive it straight away. I would say that rack force file with AMS2, and AMS2's physics are mental, but that rack force file just means you jump in and drive it straight away. Like, you can feel what the car's doing, and that's the physics in AMS2 are insane. I don't care what anyone says. That is not how cars handle. But at least the force feedback tells you what with that. You can drive it fine. Like we can feel exactly what the car's doing. If anything, good force feedback exposes bad physics even more. Breaking a case of rant. I mean, yeah, I mean, the handling of this seemed fine, though, to be honest. Like, BMWs are, from my understanding, super neutral, and That's a wild take, calling AMS2 physics insane. The devs will want to box you in now. But come on, it's not really controversial. If you honestly think AMS2 cars are how cars actually handle, then I don't know what to say. Why is there no other GT3 cars in this session? Why have we only got hypercars? What's going on there? We race with AI. That's weird. You would have thought by default it would. Why is it only added hypercars? Ah, there we go. Oh, thank you. How do you set the number of vehicles? Oh well, that's fine. We'll just add both of them on. There you go. We need to select it. Thanks for subscribing. Who was that? Niels, AI advanced so much they don't want to. Yeah, it's understandable. I mean, why would you want to race with someone that constantly goes on about being able to feel what the tyres are doing at the limit as their like main focus for driving sims? Imagine developing a sim, putting all the effort into like everything that's involved in it, and then some like entitled arse of a YouTuber doesn't shut up about the bloody force feedback. Imagine that. That's why you don't want to be a game developer, because you never know what some idiot with an audience is going to latch onto. You just don't know. I'm like the guy that goes to Cirque du Soleil and they're like doing all these backflips. They're doing all these trapeze acts and they've been practicing their whole life dedicated to this, and they're like woo backflip, incredible 400 spins caught on a fingernail, and then I'm in the audience going, his costume, I don't like the colour of his costume. I think you'll find that the mat that he's landed on does not have enough cushion on it, and that is against Health and Safety Regulation Code 426A57B. And that has made me regret watching this whole display, I'll have you know. It's not quite analogous to that. It's actually more like going to Cirque du Soleil, but there's a pole in front of your seat. And so you can hear it, but you can't see it. That's what the force feedback thing's like. Let's be clear. Let's go. Oh, dear. No, well, you're meant to leave these streams crying. That's just how you do it. I'm starving. What have I got? I haven't got any food. We went to Lidl's yesterday and didn't buy anything nice. Hang on. Is this quali? Or we just want to go to the race?
Teams and drivers go to the grid for a race start.
Wow, he sounds excited.
Formation lap has started.
He sounds really... he sounds so involved. He's just like, I hate my job. I'm a slave to millionaires. Aren't we all, though? Well, I mean, what's really good about having GT3 cars, though, is that I think we can all agree there's a real lack of the ability to drive GT3 cars in modern simulators. So it's really great for a developer to go out of the way and finally offer something that we've not had in anything recently. You know?
Green flag, green flag.
Why is my car so slow compared to theirs? We weren't that slow starting. Oh, AI, great. Oh, and AI is working fantastic. That's what I like. AI, that's the good thing with Sims as well. We have all this work on, right. We have all this insane work that goes on to bloody tyre models and all this stuff. And then AI cannot do like a corner. It's like, hang on, what's more important? The world's most complex tyre models, or maybe the ability to do a race with AI? Yeah, to be fair, they probably would have wrecked in real life there. They're too fat. Hang on, are they cheating? I'm on my throttle here. Have I got too much? I just went straight in. Normally I put them on a bit harder. Oh dear. Hang on. Well, it's only going to be. It's not going to be. Oh, let's just do this.
Formation lab has started.
SC foot, yeah. No, this is the thing, and I actually think for most sim racers, for the majority of sim racers, the thing is AI is another mentally difficult thing to actually program and get to work well. Decent AI, but a lot of people would just like, they don't have time even for multiplayer. They'd like to be like, oh, I've got 30 minutes away from the wife or my job or whatever. Oh, I'll load up this game and I can do an AI race in a car or track, or, you know, I've just seen this race take place. I'd quite like to do a race. Let's put the AI on a setting that is fun. Done. To be fair, ABS2 does quite a good job at that. Yeah, iRacing and AI are mostly decent, but then the physics are just insane in that, so. And it's still a bit of a fiddle to get into AI races. It's not the quickest game to load up. But yeah, the AI is actually pretty good in iRacing.
Green flag, green flag.
To be fair. There you go, we seem to be at the same speed as them now, at least. Oh yeah, there's a fix for that custom force feedback file to stop that vibration happening at low speed. I mean, that that custom force feedback file for AMS2 isn't necessarily the best force feedback that you can have. The point, the whole point of that is I wanted to make a video talking about what's important with force feedback and aspects of force feedback, and that file, well, it's useful. A lot of people didn't know that you could do that, and so they like it. But it was more just I try and find any opportunity I can to try and talk a bit more about force feedback in a way that people will actually notice and have maybe a more nuanced view on force feedback. I just don't understand why I seem to be massively obsessed with force feedback, joysticks and wheels and all this stuff, to a degree that seems very more than other people. I don't know why haptics isn't really, because it's amazing. I really don't understand why other people don't care about it. So, like, they care about graphics and tyres and physics. It's like, hang on, feeling what the game's doing. Isn't that like actually the coolest thing in video games? How, if you're being honest, like consistent in terms of what's interesting with interactive medium, especially something like driving and flying is largely about what it feels like, right? Why don't people care about force feedback? I mean, maybe they just haven't thought about it or been told to think about it. I really don't know. I struggle. I struggle to get why people don't really. I think the AI's cheating a bit here, because I'm not that slow. Oh, this is really nice and easy to drive, and I think the handling of this car is like a BMW GT3 car. You know, this force feedback's rubbish, but the handling of this is nice. Like, kind of what you'd expect. The way the tyres grip and purchase the road is nice. We aren't IRL Pro Race. What does that have to do with it? You don't need to be a real driver to appreciate force feedback. Or a real pilot. It's like, well, BRT, it's not even that simple. Some cars do have a lot of information through the steering wheel as well, and also, as we always say, you feel it for your body, but it's not a binary thing. Some cars actually do have fantastic. No, Steve, it's not a subjective thing. It's bollocks. It's not about feeling it. So this is another stupid meme of sim racing, where basically you get people going, force feedback's like a language, and it's like, well, yeah, some languages have words that other languages don't have. I mean, I really like the physics of this car. I really like how this is gripping the road when it's pushed, and the amount of slip it has coming out of the corner. The force feedback's useless. It's just shit. for feeling what the car's doing is pointless. If we were like, you're banned. That's it. Time out. Time out for, let's give you 30 minutes. Goodbye. People that can't, that distill critical comments into, you hate everything, ironically actually doing they're worse than what that they're doing. What they think that they're espousing that they're not doing. F. Right. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, we're going to change difficulty here.
The pace car is out of control.
I hang on, what's this about? Right. Where do you actually pick the difficulty from? Advanced options. Where's the difficulty? Right, here we go. Difficulty. Oh, it's on 105. Do they start cheating? I'll put it on maximum. Should put it on 100. They seem pretty close to us. Let's put them on 97. Go for that. Yeah. So it's good that there's lots of different sims and they handle different. However, the problem is like if you had a game that doesn't have sound, you would go, that's weird. It's not really about it. It's not really about a sim being better or worse. If a sim doesn't have a specific feature, it just doesn't have that feature. so that's the difference. That's why it's silly. Is that we're not talking about differences. We're saying that certain sims do not do specific things. So like a sim might not have ranked multiplayer. It doesn't have it. iRacing doesn't allow you to drive over the limit. Well, again, BRT, I
don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
It depends how you frame it. So like, this is very easy to drive. You can feel what the back of the car's doing. It has a load up for braking. Force feedback isn't subjective. Oh, it's so dumb. Anytime something it is subjective, but there's objective components to it. I don't know why this is so difficult for people to understand, right? Whenever something gets slightly complicated, basically people then just start going, oh well, it's all subjective because it's too complicated to actually have a nuanced conversation. It's like, no, you can, as long as someone is specifically pointing out the differences and what they're specifically talking about, you can still talk about it. Just because it's complicated. So it's like yes, everyone will have their own opinion. However, some simulators have dynamic range for where the tyres are at. Some do not. I am bored of this conversation, but the problem is that it's the reason why the conversation happens over and over again is because people will not think about it. It's insane. It's like it's really mental. They're stuck at like a level of, so the problem is I'm not an authority, and I'm not in a position where people will just accept what I say as an authority. And so even if I explain stuff absolutely perfectly, they won't accept it because a large number of people do not have critical thinking capacity to go, oh yeah, no, I understand the specific points you're making and these are the differences, and that's separate to what people like and dislike. And then what doesn't help is that developers won't ever like really go into this in any detail. And Yeah, like there's no one else. Like you would need like a few people that are in a position of authority that understand it to a reasonable degree to actually explain it clearly for the information to percolate to the majority of people. But it's like, right, it's exactly like VR and DD wheels, right? I was like really promoting VR headsets early on, and everyone was like, oh, you're an idiot, you're wrong, you don't know why it's good, it's a gimmick, it's pointless, no, VR's pointless, right? And then what happens is you end up with a large company marketing VR, a bunch of people start using VR, some streamers use it, some people use it in training, and it becomes a mass market device. Oh, VR's amazing, we get it, it's great. Oh, really? Funny enough, DD wheels were exactly the same, right? I was extolling the virtues of direct drive wheels back in like 2010 or something, right? And shitloads of people were like, oh, you don't need a DD wheel. What do you know? Like, oh, the T500's really good. Oh, yeah, the damping on it is subjective. Well, you don't know what you're talking about. Why does anybody need a DD wheel? You don't, the extra strength. All the stupid arguments beside the point. And then what happens is, 10 years later, you have real drivers and bigger live streamers and companies then going, oh yeah, actually having a good amount of dynamic range, not stupid damping, precise signal from the game, oh, it makes driving easier, it's more immersive and it's more interesting and more fun. I'm like, yeah, I was saying that. I was saying that in 2010 and getting slaughtered by people because it doesn't matter. The truth and actual facts and laying things out and pointing them out clearly, you could be saying it doesn't matter because people form their views on some aggregate authority presentation of what the truth is. That's what the majority of people believe. So that's just how it is. So the solution is I could just not say anything whilst live streaming and never talk about it. That's fine. I could do that, but then it would just be like, well, I'll be lying when I play a game and it has a massive issue in it compared to another thing or just a difference. And I'll ignore the stuff that I'm aware of as an experienced person that knows about this stuff. I'll just ignore it because I don't want to have the same stupid conversation again. But that would be just dishonest and ridiculous. But yeah, it would be a lot easier, that's for sure, and a lot less tiresome. I'm calm. I do need to eat something. Yeah, that's what it is, Jet Red, I know. But I will keep going. The Church of Force Feedback has spoken.
Teams and drivers
Oh
go to the
dear.
grid. Teams and drivers go to the grid for a race start. Formation lab has started.
Every stream has his force feedback phase. Right. It's alright. Do you know what will happen? Telemetry, I'm telling you, within the next 10 years, telemetry-based force feedback will become normal on hardware because wheel manufacturers will need a way to differentiate themselves from each other. So they will actually bother going to the effort of doing full-on telemetry-driven force feedback support, right? And they will market that and why that's so good and useful. And then people will be like, oh, yeah, okay. And then, then everyone will be like, yeah. And so you can mark my words, the narrative will completely change. No, it not only if the telemetry has lag in it, but also it doesn't have to have lag in it. The only reason why there's lag there is because the current telemetry systems generally put that lag in to stop people using it to cheat. Yeah, no, I've got an AccuForce wheel that I've had for like 10 years, which does allow you to do telemetry-based force feedback. So yeah, you can already do it, but it's not something people are generally aware of. I do own like 12 DD wheels, so Well, I own 4 and have like 10 review units. And I'm probably one of the only people that has a Novant Falcon and 2 force feedback joysticks. So, you know, flex, yeah, all the women love it. No, no, so... Oh dear. Right, so I just... People, like, I don't know how the knowledge on force feedback is just so bad. I don't know how it's so, like... What can you do? As I say, like, it doesn't matter if I make stuff. You just need companies to do it, put the marketing behind it, and then everyone starts repeating what they've read. Yeah, the the Moser wheel buttons rattle. Yeah, it's a really good wheel rim though for the price. But yeah, they rattle over bumps. We are. I mean, everyone's sheep. It's just about how much time you have and stuff. The wheel does a thing. You don't care how it does it. Well, you probably care if you can feel what's going on in the game, though. Like. I think this seems to be running better than it used to, you know. Be interesting multiplayer. We were struggling to before we were struggling to get as good a performance as we are. I'm always pretty happy. Like I say, if I'm not happy, I don't talk. Like if I'm genuinely unhappy about something, I don't engage with it at all. I don't see the point in unless there's if you're genuinely not enjoying something and you're really not happy with it, unless you can fix it, you're better off not engaging with it. Oh, nice one, Andy. That's a huge thing. It's like there are loads of positives with this game. As I say, like, so we can rattle through them for those of you that are discombobulated by my force feedback comments. One, physics seem absolutely superb. This car's driving exactly what I'd expect a BMW to drive like. The tyre grip loss and regain and purchase of the road, fantastic. The camera settings are really good. The camera smoothing for like making it so you don't get motion sick and stuff, like the lock to horizon, but the smoothing is absolutely fantastic, which is something a lot of games completely dick up, and that's a huge thing for me. Like I basically can't play AMS2 on any track that has a hill on it. Performance is, I think, more important than anything. A lot of the, like, physics, force feedback and stuff. The performance is, you know, if you can't hit a good frame rate, well, that's a bit of a shitter, isn't it? I think the graphics look really nice for what they are. I'm assuming the online servers are just a bit messed up at the moment. So, hopefully that'll be fixed, and then it'll be easy to get into races. So it's a streamlined way of getting into a race. That's nice. Guys, is this confusing some of you? Oh my god! Oh, you fixed them. Takes a while to reboot a 486, doesn't it? Yeah. So there's lots of the default setup actually seems totally drivable. I mean, maybe a little bit understeery, but nothing crazy. Well, BRT, they might not actually be important files. It could be something random. So Steam says they're missing, but they're not actually. So it could be that your computer replaces files when you launch the game, and you know there can be weird stuff that causes that. But yeah, just as I say, like I think it's fair to say there's some weird stuff with the input in this game. The force feedback doesn't tell you the exact state of the tyres at the limit, and the engine sound doesn't seem to line up with the actual RPMs of the engine, or like the dynamic range to the audio is not very good. I don't think that's unfair. Oh, the suspension's great in this as well. That's a huge thing that's really rubbish about AC1 is the curbing. It's so annoying when you get used to iRacing or AMS2 or Factor 2 or whatever, you know, whatever, and you get used to attacking the curbs on tracks. And then you go to bloody AC and you just can't drive them in the same way. No, this is, I mean, is it sliding a lot more compared to other sims? Like, not compared to AMS2? No, not really. Like, this is... I mean, it's less initially bitey than iRacing. Maybe a little bit less initially biting than AC in some ways, but not. I mean, it's within a general range that you'd expect from a slick tyre. Like, I've only been in a GT. I don't know if it's I think it was a GT4 BMW, but it was on cut slicks as a passenger, and that actually slid around quite a bit, to be honest. I think once you go over the limit a lot, it slides around quite a bit, like what you just saw there. But you shouldn't really be. That's more like you've gone, you know, you. That's not where you're normally driving. So. We need to lock the diff more, increase the ARB of the rear, lower the ARB of the front. This car just needs to be. I want to loosen this car up. Danny, yeah, I looked for that before. I don't think it actually is using that, because we went through that with some other sims. Yeah, the suspension's been improved in the Assetto Corsa Evo. Yeah, I specifically tested it out when we tried it. Well, the AI is still faster than us. I'd quite like to actually race them. Let's have a look here. Yeah, well, so with the DD wheel, R Factor 2 had like a whole bunch of things like bump, some of the stuff that was in Race Room as well, like bump, jolt, magnifier, some artificial curbing stuff, but that doesn't mean that doesn't necessarily mean that LMU's using the same stuff. Yeah, I might be wrong, but I think the AI in LMU are using different physics, like they're not actually using physics. Get music back on here. No, I took the fuel out. They were still way faster. I mean, they're probably just faster than me. I'm not the fastest of drivers. But I just... we just need to turn the difficulty down a bit. So it was on a 90... with these games, normally it's around about 93 is a good setting for me. Let's put it on like 90. Let's put 93. I'm not very good at Interlagos, so I tend to drive tracks that I know. So when we do our video and we say in the video why LMU's force feedback's not great. It's like the problem, right? The thing is, if you're critical, you already know what the majority of people are going to say. Like I could make a video on this now that would absolutely massage people into going, oh wow, we love Gamer Muscle, what a great channel, oh let's subscribe to him, blah blah blah. Like you can frame it as, oh LMU, what a fantastic update, great progress, really like you could intricate physics. Here's a comparison video between this onboard. Oh, even James Baldwin also commented on this, and this is really interesting. It shows how much they've worked with real drivers and how this is such a high level area of sim racing. And you can basically massage stuff and not say anything negative about any other simulator, but also imply that you are, to massage the audience of a specific game to make them feel that you are saying something negative when you're not, whilst without offending the other audience. And then you could completely and still seemingly be critical, but you'd actually be a complete lying bastard. But people would be like, oh yeah. They'd be like, oh wow, so reasonable. So if you are then direct and you explain from your position of knowledge, you say exactly how things actually are without mincing your words. No. No, how dare you? How dare you say something? You're not a real race driver.
Teams and drivers
Oh
go
dear.
to the grid for a race start.
Bloody people.
Formation.
I think I should just make. I think I'll just make flight sim videos because no one actually cares. No one cares. Ah, force feedback's not working. What's the button? You can bind a button, can't you? To refresh the foot. There we go.
Formation lab has
That's
started.
weird. That bug's been in since R Factor 1. I wonder if you do honest reviews of air fryers, if that like triggers people. The Ninja air fryer, I'm really enjoying it, but you know, for the price, I feel like it could do with a thicker non-stick coating. The Tower air fryer, much better value for money, but you know, ah! How dare you! I spent £300 on my air fryer. It's the best one. Are you using the correct? Did you wash it correctly? Are you using the correct mode on your air fryer? Are you? Do you know what it is? You didn't butter your meat properly. That's why. Ah, you're using the wrong dishwasher tablets with your air fryer. That's why you think it doesn't clean. Oh dear. Yeah, to be fair, I am actually a huge fanboy of Ninja stuff. I have a Ninja wok. I think I don't know what air fryer I have, but it's Ninja do actually do really good thick Teflon or the non-stick coating is really nice and thick, which is quite good. Hello. So what's different with the handling in this to AMS2? Hello. When you come off the throttle, the car turns in straight away without you having to get on the brake. Like the lift off oversteer or the lift off diff behaviour is so much better. Like you can finesse the vehicle so much better in this. Yeah, you have. So this is what I equate to like better handling is how responsive a vehicle is to what you're doing with your inputs. Like some real cars aren't that responsive necessarily, but I think from a gameplay perspective, when it responds to what you're doing, that's enjoyable, right? Exactly, Spuddles. See, Spuddles gets it. He gets it. Exactly, because I said some critical stuff about Ninja, what it means is I'm a fanboy of Tower. What it means is I'm actually a very negative person and toxic and can't focus on the positives.
Lap 2:02.48.
Jesus Christ. You wonder why like YouTubers go mental. It's all the comments constantly. Like not even bad comments. It's just constant. Definitely you should just not be critical. It's so much easier if you're always overly positive. It's gonna be so much easier. Just easier. Like you'd have to read dumb stuff constantly. How's the new ABS working? Can you feel it through the force feedback? I don't know. To be honest, I'm not really. I don't really care. In my view, is a real race car shouldn't have ABS. Yeah, you probably need to be setting you probably need to have it so that you've set the ABS up in the car, so that it's at the point of locking up or not locking up, and then. Yeah.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Welcome.
5.1.
Appreciate the follow. To be honest, I'm really liking just a higher frame rate. Like, in fairness, this absolutely destroys iRacing. Like, absolutely, categorically. Not even mildly question. Oh, I knew the AI was going to just turn in. I mean, fuck. You have to really be at the front of the AI, otherwise they just drive into you. So R-Factor 2 AI. I mean, in fairness, in real life, you have to be really alongside as well. But, how long is this race? Oh, it's another 10 minutes. Bloody hell. Should we... Let's try again. The contact was nice though, the sound of the hit. Yeah, I mean the GT3 cars in iRacing are just so stupendously awful. So to be fair, like there's no way an iRacer or someone that likes iRacing could even vaguely say that iRacing's GT3 cars are ballpark. Like the iRacing GT3 cars aren't even in the same universe. So, you know, this is the other thing. It's like, well, what are you comparing it on? What scale are you comparing it to? Are you comparing it to iRacing or ACC or AC with a good mod, or you know. Oh, I thought that was go time.
Green flag, green flag.
Well, so just with this car, if you go into a corner slightly too hot on purpose because you know that you're going to get the understeer going through the corner, right? Hello? You can do that. The AI is psychopaths. If you were to do that in iRacing, your car would be stuck in a vague mush of useless input.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normalist. But that is amazing. So it's probably one of the, well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like.
Thanks for
even
following.
F1, GT mods. It's really good.
Yeah, but I don't think iRacing cars are even cars. They might look like it. The way my brain interprets iRacing is, I think of it like I'm driving a bobsled, and then it kind of makes sense. I'm coming through, mate. That's nice there. Like the AI backed off once I'd actually rammed him off the track. In AMS2, they would keep their foot in the throttle and they would rotate you. And AC1 as well. They do that. I feel like it's still way too easy to flat spot the tyres in this, or it's very obviously that you flat spotted them in the force feedback. That's always been an R Factor 2 thing, where the tyres flat spot so easy, and then that's all you feel like. You feel it so much through the force feedback. I don't have an amazing brain, so it can't offer any help, sorry. I know, Thomas. We need to get that set up. I need to get the mod installed in Flight Sim so that I can basically so it's a high quality model. And I don't know if the 2020 mod it should work in 24. But then that way the actual road surface will be really nice, and then we'll have the views as well. That'll be awesome. Bloody hell, I'm starving, guys. I'm so hungry. Yeah, well, we also they fixed the servers, I think. We just need to try. There's a whole bunch of stuff we need to play and give a go. I should never say any review comments in live streams, because what inevitably happens is I say what is the most obvious, basic, boring shit, and then obviously someone will then go, oh, no, it's not. And then I have to. Then I feel like, oh, I'll explain to them why actually they've mischaracterised what's being said, and then they'll just keep going. It's not actually pointless. It is pointless. In a live stream, it's totally pointless. Jesus Christ. We should have a ban on any review comments in a live stream.
The pace car is out of control.
No free thought, exactly. Well, you're banned. I'm banned from it. I got banned myself from being directly honest because people like it's pointless. I can't get past this car. Let's turn TC off.
Lap 148.54.
Ah, not again. I'm always too heavy. It's not fuel, it's the biscuits. So this is actually a realistic simulation. Or is it... Hang on. Is it... Look, Bumble. We do not comment on those things. Oh, here we go. Lol. AI leaving the door open. I'll be honest, I'm really enjoying the smooth frame rate. I think this is probably more of a thing for me than other people, but because I'm so susceptible to headaches from frame timing and stuff, it's genuinely really nice when it's completely buttery smooth. I got given keys. No, the LMU did give me keys for this, but I'd already bought it, so
Time was a 146.90.
I don't like trying stuff out generally. Like I'd rather play stuff at launch when everyone else is playing it. I don't. There might be press keys, so I don't know. I mean, I played R Factor 2 in VR. I think it was alright. But I find a game needs to be absolutely blazingly fast for it to work well in VR. So this is still occasionally dropping below 120, which means it's probably having frame drops that are going to like, you know, most of the time it's probably running really fast. So I found in VR basically a game needs to be blitzingly fast. Like you talk 220, 230 FPS. I don't know, Psycho Reaper. Appreciate all the viewers though. Thanks everyone that's followed, if you have, or subscribed. Appreciate it. If you want to support us, we have a Patreon. You can become a member. You can cry yourself to sleep. We do videos. We do tea reviews. We upset people with our facts about force feedback. Yeah. You can follow our Patreon for free as well. We do remixes. Put music on there. iRacing voice chat remixes. Why hasn't this game got voice chat? Actually, I need to make a video about that. 2 minutes to go. Yeah, well, Matt, yeah, I think it runs better than it used to, but I think it still doesn't run as well as it could. I think, do you have a 3D, one of those X3D chips? Because I find with older sims, or stuff that's based on older engines, or even like flight sims and things, having the X3D chips really helps. Don't you have to just get the new one? The external sounds are really good. I bought one of those X3D chips as soon as they came available. I was like, I need that! I need it for my Sims. I really like the curb behaviour and like how the suspension is when you've unsettled the car, and then it settles from being bumped over the curbing. It like the way the car has a bit of slip after the landing, but it's still quite stable. It's nice. Alright, we got car in front of us. It's the last lap. We're going full send. Come on. We're overtaking this guy. Totally legal. Ah, couldn't quite get third. What a send. That's nice. Nice race finish. Nice graphic. That was good. Yeah, I mean, I like the handling, generally speaking. I like the suspension. I like how the tyres re-grip. I like the lift-off oversteer. I like the vehicles feel natural. They're not sliding around mentally like AMS2. It's just a force feedback and a weird degree of input stuff. And the in-cockpit audio. So, I need to get some food. We'll stay live. But I think that was good. Like, the thing is, vast majority of people would find that very enjoyable. Like, it's not bad. Like, it's only if you like start comparing to the glory of Assetto Corsa or AMS1, which came out 30 years ago. So, you know. I imagine it'd be not motion rigs and stuff really enhance boring cars like GT3s. Are the race weekends working again? Is this all working? The race weekends. Am I dumb? I definitely think I am a bit dumb. Is online working? I haven't. I've had problems getting Microsoft Flight Sim to work in VR, but yeah, I'm sure it's awesome. We're using Quest 3. We should take AC off the table, but AC's not that good. Like I think aspects of the tyres in this are better than than AC's tyres. Well, the curbing's better, the suspension's better, and the variation in the tyre grip as you go through a corner and how it repurchases is much better in this than AC1. But it's just the force feedback to feel where that limit is, which then I would rather have less detailed or less realistic tyres, but I can feel exactly what they're doing. Because that's the point, isn't it? It can't be the only one. Like, the reason you have a direct drive wheel and all this equipment is to feel. The reason I'm playing a driving sim over Forza or something with a gamepad or another video game. The reason I'm playing a driving sim is because I can use feel what's going on in the game. That's like one of the big. It's like why I like flight sims with the force feedback joystick. It's like the game's a bit boring without the force feedback. The notch Randy Magruder is that your real name or is that based at a Red Dwarf reference? It's your real name. Okay, I thought it was a reference to Red Dwarf. What's the name? Yvonne Magruder. I think it was Yvonne Magruder. I think it was like Rimmer's. I don't know. I thought it was like a really bizarre, obscure Red Dwarf reference 30 years after the fact. What were we saying? Oh, the notchiness. So, the notchiness is often because you're feeling what the game is actually putting out in its force feedback. And a sim having notchy force feedback is not necessarily a bad thing. What it just means is that you use either filter on the sim or filter on your wheelbase to smooth over that notchiness. So rather than the developer filtering out their force feedback so you can't feel that notchiness, the player can add some filter and then you're not going to feel it. So if that notchy feeling is annoying, you just add a high frequency, well, mid-high frequency filter on your wheel, or turn the smoothing up in the game. The only problem is if you turn the smoothing up in R Factor 2 or LMU a lot, it will introduce a bit of latency and response latency. So you're probably better off doing it on your wheel to some degree. Yeah. You bought a weird monitor recently. Oh, the bendable one, yeah. Yeah, I think you're better off with low resolution. I wish LMU... Oh, yeah, a larger wheel rim will also filter force feedback from your wheelbase as well. Yeah, exactly. No, Randy, 100%. I think it should be the default for developers, but they don't want to do it. Like, I understand. I was talking to Kunos, and I was like, look, guys, I get it. You've got a philosophy for what you want to do, but have the in-game force feedback be whatever you want, great, and don't put it in the menu, fine, but just have a text file that for people that want to mess around with it, have it there so that they can do if they want to. Like, just make an option that allows them to do that. That's all. Expose it into a text file. That's it. And then, yeah, some people, you'll get people debating it. Some people do stupid stuff. Fine. Just don't make it obvious in the game. Do you know the reason the force feedback file thing happened for AMS2? It's because Project Cars 1, some people might have been a bit overactive on talking about force feedback. I don't know who. I can't think of anyone that would promote custom force feedback files at all. I don't know who would do that. Race with ice cubes in your hands. There you go. Let me get some food, guys. We'll be back in a minute. We could probably do this. I'm absolutely starving. All I've had is some breakfast and a biscuit. Thanks for clicking the like button as well, those of you that have. Have we had any new subscribers on our Patreon? Let's have a look so I can call them out. There we go. Any new victims? I'm calling you out if you have joined us. Now we've got 101 people now. Thank you very much. Is our Patreon if you want to join it. I think it's today, Thomas. Right. Back in a second, guys. Getting a cup of tea. Got a bit of flatbread with cheese on it. And some paprika. Get in there. It's the fastest thing I could cook. Two minutes. We can do this. Wow, warmed up. Yeah. Actually, is there Porsche in this? No.
The pace car is out of control.
Registrieren. I'm so sorry for asking, but why have you not supported Race Room today? What do you mean? I can't drive like 5 games at the same time. Jan, the truth is, LMU are paying me thousands of pounds to play this. That's the truth. I didn't put sponsored video. But yeah, I'm actually contractually obliged. Yeah. Yeah, this hat's actually made out of gold. Ah! Ricardo Crero is in here. Hang on, I'm B3, S1. Ricardo. For this. Obrigado. Go and subscribe to Random Call Sign, guys. Oh yeah. Everyone go into Random Call Signs chat and type Pastel Donata.
The pace car is out of control.
Well, what I don't understand is why sim developers all release content on the same day. Oh, I'm fluent in Portuguese. Foda-se, foda-se, foda-se. That's all you need. I've been taught well by my language trainers. It's the only word you need to know, apparently. It's genius. Claro! Claro! Yeah. So it's the easiest language to speak, Portuguese. I love Portugal. I know quite a few people from Portugal. They're awesome. Radweasel, guys at ImSim, Random Call Sign. Call Sign's British now, though. Yeah. Awesome. Wow. Portuguese love to argue. That's why I get on with them. I don't have a setup. Can someone give me a setup? Is Random Call Sign in here? Oh no! Why is there only 12 cars? Oh. Right. What do I need to set up? How long's the race? Alright, fix that up. Woo! I win. No, Thomas, it was on some random forum. On some random website. You also have to download a bunch of... I've not tried it yet, but there's a whole bunch of random shit you need to do to get it. Well, where's the fuel? Hang on, where's the fuel? Hello, Dan. Oh. Obviously. Virtual energy. So how many laps is this race? What does this do? The fuel ratio lets you adjust how much fuel you put in the car compared to the virtual energy needed. When conditions change or you alter your driving style, you might need more or less fuel. What? I don't understand! Ah! They've made it even more complicated. Oh no. Well, hang on. Keep it to 100. Keep virtual energy to 100, but turn the fuel ratio down. What am I doing? I need a guide. Okay. How much fuel do I need? Well, for quality, we can take it all out. Oh! Oh, here we go. How long's the race? 20 minutes. So it'll be about like 45 litres of fuel. God damn Sims. Hang on, are we at Estoril? Are we in Spain? This is Estoril, right? Are we... Where's the... is it this? Do we just drive straight into the corner? Footness! Oh no, we're at Portimao. Best track in Portugal, this. I'm learning. Force feedback was the least of our worries. I don't know where the break points are for this track. It is a good track, but I only ever learnt it in race room ages ago and I've forgotten. Every corner's like blind. I need a pass Daldonata for on each corner to know where to turn in. I hate how it's that's me. I stabilise the camera for myself because I get motion sick very easy. Oh come on, that's a good line through there. There we go. Yeah, it's fit set up. Like I like a bit more oversteer, but it's all right. Yeah, I prefer fixed setup. Like, I'd rather drive a bad fixed setup than open setup. Well, unless you've got really good setup sharing in the game, or a very good default setup. But yeah. Embrace the notch. Well, I'd say that it's clipping a little bit, and the curbing's ridiculous. Hello, Matt. The problem is, if you turn the force feedback down, you lose even more information that's there, and it's not even that much information. The force feedback's terrible in this. It's so bad. It's like for feeling what the tyres are doing. There it is. I'm not reviewing it. I'm not reviewing it. Have a go with me, guys. Don't get angry. Or do get angry. Get angry if you want to. Yeah, but it's not the notchy. The notchy feeling's not the problem. Also, as I say, like, it depends how the wheelbase interprets the game signal. So not having a notchy feeling can actually mean that the wheelbase is filtering out signals, which could be a pro or a con depending on what you want. But the notchiness is not an issue. It's like people get upset with the graininess of iRacing's force feedback due to its update rate frequency. It's not really an issue when it comes to how you drive a car. But sim racers focus on completely the wrong things when it comes to force feedback, as far as I'm concerned. Well, you should. When it comes to force feedback, you should only listen to me because I'm the king of force feedback. Like, I mean, you can't even argue it. The dictator, force feedback dictator. Thanks for subscribing. I think we can all agree I'm wrong on almost everything except force feedback. I'm fine with that. That's all I care about is force feedback. Oh shit, fuel. How much do we need? Powertrain sounds like a 1970s dance move. 52. 52's more than enough. That'll do. We did. We had a new channel member today. Are we ready? We're gonna go for the notch. It's fine. They were better off filtering it on the wheel. Yeah, so basically if you turn the filter up in R factor 2, I think it's based R factor 2 then just interpolates the signal or smooths it out, whatever. So you might be better off having the raw signal from the game and then using your wheels hardware to smooth it out. It depends from game to game and what wheel you've got as to how well that works, but here we go. Why am I cacking my pants? I don't think they've updated VR. What are we waiting for? Easy win.
Formation lab.
Oh, I'm not getting force feedback! Oh, shit! Ah, how do you fix it? Ah, no. I don't know what the reset button is. No, that's seat position. I've got no force feedback. We can do the race with no force feedback. Fantastic. That is such a stupid bug. Come on. Well, here we go. How does that happen over and over again with this game? Oh, keep doing that.
Green flag, green flag.
Oh, I can't feel anything. Ah! Who needs force feedback? It's so bad anyway. You might as well drive without it. Ah! Okay. It's kind of handy for the rear of the car. See, this is what I mean. It's such an easy sim to drive. It hides the... It really hides the lack of force feedback detail. And that's not a bad thing that it's easy to drive. But you would not even, in AC1, without force feedback, you would not be even vaguely on it at all.
That time was a 2.
17 minutes of no force feedback. This is a disaster. Ah! Yeah, I think we changed the force feedback key to something on our wheel, so if it didn't work, we could push it easily. However, I've now forgotten what that was. Where's he going? You ain't making that. Oh, he's gone. You ain't making that, mate. You ain't making that. That's well funny. I saw him coming from a mile off. Hello? Oh dear, we've got 15 minutes of this.
Time 148.33.
Bit of a track cut there, mate. But yeah, this is online, but we've not got any force feedback. He didn't have a choice because I held my position, which is that's called racing. We defended the corner perfectly. Yeah. That's can't park there. We're in 7th with no force feedback. Amazing. Herein lies the issue with GT3 cars. This is exactly what I was saying about this sim, right? It's easy to drive, as it should be. I think GT3 cars are easy to drive. Should be, you know, they're meant to be approachable cars. And what that does is it masks the fact that the force feedback is not helping you. You're driving from the visuals, like that's how you have to drive it. It doesn't really make any difference. It does for catching the rear, I'll give it that, but everything else is visuals. Obviously you can drive any sim with no force feedback as well, but
8.65.
stuff like that. That's the one thing that it does really help on, is when you're getting on the throttle out of a slow corner. Oh, I think they're going to drive into each other, so I'll brake early and then we will go up the inside. No, why did you go so slow? He blocked my line. I wanted him to attack that car so I could then zoom up the inside, but he was really slow. Fair play to him though, it's fine. No, the netcode's really good though. The contacts are great. Oh, the netcode's really good. And this looks nice. It's the thing with LMU and R Factor 2. Like, you end up with way more dynamic racing as well, because the tyres don't just get stuck in a sludge at the limit. So you end up with much more interesting racing. I don't know, it's like a bug. Sometimes the game doesn't load force feedback. I'd say it is actually quite a good thing to try, turning the force feedback off in simulators, so because it forces you to focus on the visuals and the sound, and then also appreciate what sort of things you are maybe thinking that you're relying on in force feedback but not actually relying on. So it's quite an interesting thing to do if you're trying to sim out and then you're also thinking, you know, maybe there's something a bit weird about it but you're not sure what it is. Very specific nerve disease. Force feedback-itis. Can you imagine? No! The one thing I enjoy is being taken from me. My tea was poisoned.
9147.29.
Wah! Wah! Okay. You definitely can't tell when the rear's setted or not. Need to get back with those guys. Ah, no! I tried to throw it in. Did not work. Ah, my God. Well, see, that is a handy thing with force feedback, is you can now generally have a ballpark of grip when you try and throw the car in. It is good for that, even in LMU. No, I don't know what the button is, Turge. We can push all the buttons on our wheel and see what happens. No! Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. No. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Why is it? Oh no, I've done a pit. I don't want a pit. There we go. Car behind's like, why is he driving like a drunk? Somehow the windscreen wiper's not gone on. It's normally the first one that you accidentally push. Maybe the pit crew can put force feedback back on the car.
That time was a 1:57.50.
Ah, I'm sorry. Go. Yeah, sorry. Tapped him and he just kept going. He was on the limited grip. Did not mean to do that. Sorry, matey. It was an accident. I mean, I think his traction control was just on. So it's still my fault for driving into him. That's why I just gave him the place back. Totally my fault. Not even defensible. Not even defensible by me. Like, at the end of the day, I drove into him on the throttle. So. Sorry! I think he was just turning and bogged down in TC. It happens all the time with these cars. I know, Karutum, I know. Man, this race really made me want... I really want a yoghurt. I need a yoghurt. It's a nice track model, this. I got no force feedback. Yeah, why is there no voice chat in this? I'm sorry. I didn't do that on purpose. I was trying to get back on the track. He went to go around the right and I couldn't turn. And he had to drive off the track. Oh, that's well funny. I mean, I was crashing. I gained control as soon as I could. I have no force feedback. The way he drove off the track is so funny. Is it the same guy? No, but he must have made a mistake then. I clearly lost control there. Now AMS2 is floaty. Come on. AMS2's hovercraft sim. It's less floaty, but it's still bollocks. Let's be honest. Come on, let's be honest. Other craft. Here we go. Well, you can disagree, but it's the truth, so... Like, compared to other sims, the meta is that you have to throw the car into slides. Look, I've set a world record in MS2, so... Also, go and drive the... where's he going? Go and drive the Caterham. Drive any of the Caterhams in MS2 and tell me with a straight face that's what real Caterhams drive like. Oh no. It's alright, you have fun with it. My world record stood. Hey, it's still a world record though! They don't say that about like the Wright brothers. Ah, well, you were the first people to fly the plane until someone else flew a plane. Wow. Do you know what I mean? Doesn't matter. Like, you've done a world record, you've done a world record. Doesn't matter how long it stands for. They don't go, God, you won the Olympics. Yeah, but next year you were beaten, so it didn't count. Sorry. I don't make the rules. I didn't come up with these rules. Yeah, the new LMP2 cars are the least floaty, but they're still actually really weirdly vague and sloppy. But they're fun. I think they're fun though, generally speaking. Oh, look at these no force feedback moves. He's giving it up. He saw what we did was amazing. And he's like, that guy's got no force feedback. I applaud. Ah! How is he driving so well with no force feedback, he's asking himself. Do you know what, actually? Not having the force feedback does get rid of that vagueness in the centre of the steering. So I think it is a force feedback issue. Yeah, I think the force feedback's actually just messed up in this game. Because I'm not feeling like the car's disconnected in terms of linearity with the force feedback off. So yeah, the force feedback's shit in this, guys. It's shit! That's my well-rounded review. That's what I'll do in the video. Isn't the whole range disconnected? No, it's just something. Look, there's just something weird. I can't put my finger on it. It's hard to say, but there's just something super weird. Yeah, we'll bind the button. Well, we did well, good. 12th place with no force feedback. It's got a really good net code. Nice driving. We killed a few people, but it's not about where you end up. It's about who you kill on the way. And in the case of this race, we killed most of the grid. So that's true, Lorenzo. As you can see, I have very developed arms, like Tony Kanaan. Yeah, that's good. It's good online. Like the structure's really good. Doing the quali, doing the race, netcode's fantastic. All that kind of stuff's great. So I think that's really where it shines. Actually, that kind of stuff. Let's have some Guinness. Right. So the thing is, right. You know when you play AC1, let's go back to the glory days. When you play AC1, you are absolutely balancing and driving a car on the force feedback as much as you are what you're seeing visually. And it's like really precise. It's like down to the millimetre of input. You're like doing the really, really tiny little adjustments because you're feeling the force feedback load up to then know exactly where you are on the limit. Which is why it's so compelling. That's why it's so sexy. Cheers, guys. To be fair, AMS2 with that custom rack force file, it's not as good as AC. But it's much, much, much better than this. But then the handling's insane, so... well, it's quite likely that Evo... Well, I've already played it. It felt like there was a degree of input delay. And also, it doesn't have as... The force feedback was not as connected as AC. But I think a large part of that comes from... more complex tyre models. It's just harder to get the information out through the force feedback from that. In a sense, I think that's quite possible. But Evo did feel better than ACC. To be honest. I mean, for a start, the force feedback's not... the suspension's not broken. Well, no, if something is better than AC, it will surpass it in the aspects that it's better. So as I've said in this live stream, the tyres in this, the way the tyres gain and lose grip in this, to me, is better than AC, or more interesting than AC1. The suspension in this is better than AC. I don't have a problem with stuff that is better than something else. I immediately will say, this is better, and these are the reasons why. I don't really care. Like, I'm just saying how it is. But if something is not better, than the specific thing, I'm not going to go, yeah, no, this is better. Like, I'm sorry, it's just that I can't like, what you're doing is you're implying, and this is what a lot of people do, is they imply that you have like a bias towards something. But it's like, some people do, and I probably do for certain things for sure. I mean, I definitely do have a bias for like frame rates, and there's a whole bunch of stuff that definitely biases me. But I am pretty clear on the like explaining the different things, and also like explaining what's more or less realistic as well. Like the way the tyres grip in this and ungrip, and many aspects of the tyres in this are way more realistic than AC1, I'd say. Like and the way the tyre temperature seems to build up, you know. I think that's more realistic. I don't think that's even controversial. But and also sometimes, but personally, I prefer. There's some things that I think are better unrealistic. So I don't like feeling flat spotting through the wheel. I would imagine most real world drivers, if they could, they would delete flat spotting from being possible. like, why would you want to drive a car with flat spotted tyres? It's like, it's so annoying. And nobody would want that. Like, no real driver would want to have to drive with the wheel going, the whole car going like this. So, yeah, no, but I'm just saying, personally, so I'm not saying I'm just making a point about that's a realistic thing that I think is crap. Like, in real life it's crap, and it's annoying in Sims. Right, we quit this, we need to fix this force feedback thing. But that was good. We just joined a race and it worked. Good fun. We'll do another race with actual force feedback. Well, we lost driver rank, but I should have gained driver rank because we drove with no force feedback. And it worked. No force feedback. Yeah, but you could just bind that. AC Evo early access starts on the 16th of January. Will officially be known as Rant Day. No, that's every day. Look. What's the button? It'll be something really obvious. Where is the button? Is it in primary controls? It'll be something that I didn't push. It will be on one of the buttons, won't it? It's like where? I can't use search. I don't want to do that. Is it called reset force feedback? I like playing. It'll be in gameplay, won't it? It's like reload something, isn't it? Hang on. Interaction. Free set for. Oh, we didn't have it bound. There we go. Interaction. Right. Great. Let's do another race. I mean, this is the thing. Like, I think. Yeah. Who cares what I think? Why are you guys watching this channel? All you do is encourage me. People pay. People send me money. People pay for this. We have like channel members and everything. Absolute shock of it. Disgusting. If you can beat Niels' 106 at Mosport at LMP2, well, I'm not going to build. He's a bloody esports driver. You have to have like, you have to be weird to be able to beat them. I asked myself, yeah, well, are we still doing Algarve? I don't want to. Hang on, underway. It's finished. Is it broken again, guys? Can we do intermediate? How do you know if it's locked or not? Circuit of the Americas is terrible. Locked. Oh, we can't do advanced, but we can do intermediate. But I don't want to drive this terrible track. We've got a special event or something. I do like the graphics when you go over the thing. Oh, it's 4 hours. No, Circuit of the Americas is awful. Come on. Let's be honest. Why is it? Is it all at Algarve then? All the races? I don't really want to do that. The weekly races. I mean, this is nicely laid out. When's this? Oh, it might be a good spectators track. I just don't like driving it in Sims. Is the iRacing update out, guys? I'm tempted to do one more race here, but it's not letting me. Oh, starts. Why is it starting in 41 minutes? No, join practice. We'll try a different car. Corvette. Oh, the Nordschleife mod works. How bad is it, Thomas? As long as I can walk around it. So, guys, I've bought a treadmill, and we're gonna like link it up in Microsoft Flight Sim so we can walk around the Nordschleife. It's gonna be better. That mod will be better than what it is before, with nothing though, presumably. The other alternative is to just walk around it in Assetto Corsa. Which might work better. Blue, dabba dee dabba die. Is it worth buying? I don't know. You could just get it on Steam, can't you? And then see if you like it. It's hard to say. You can get nice racing in it. It's not too expensive, so... We could do the old AC test. We get a GT3 car in AC. Yeah, you see what's happening as well here? Like when we come out of a corner, I'm like doing weird like random wobbles and stuff because the force feedback is not like. Like there's something massively off with this. with the force feedback. Once you're going through a corner and it's generally loaded up, it's like, okay, it's fine, you get sort of consistent force. But then at low speed, basically once the car's like actually light and loose, yeah, because you're not actually driving the car, BRT. You're probably approaching it like iRacing. If you hold the steering wheel straight and you just drive on the pedals, then you don't notice it so much. It's when you're turning the wheel. So maybe this is why some people don't notice it, because they have a singular driving style. Which I've noticed that's definitely the case with a lot of sim racers. They have one way of driving and then they approach everything like that. Like if you, for example, if you try and drive iRacing how you drive AC quickly, you will not have a good time. But you could drive AC how you drive iRacing, and it's not like, because you're just driving from the pedals basically with a fixed angular steering. But that's not the only optional. That's not the only way to drive. In this, you can move the wheel, but I think say the force feedback just doesn't relate properly. So like now I'll drive it how you have to drive iRacing, where you hold the steering wheel in a fixed angle and then you just drive from the pedals. Right, fixed angle. Okay, we needed to brake a bit more. And that's probably why they don't notice. I mean, it still lacks the dynamic range, but then that does help hide. But the camera's no, so the camera's not moving. What's moving is the car. The camera is actually still. So the track is staying stationary, and that's what you're looking at, the track. You're not looking at the cockpit. So the alternative is if you have the camera locked to car, the track's going to be bouncing around and moving all over the place. So it's to do with like expectation, but also fatigue. It makes more sense for the majority of the image to be static, or because the reason why people get motion sick is part of it is a perception thing. But you're not, put it this way, you're not looking at the dash of the car when you're driving. So if you've got it locked to car, the dash of the car will be stationary. Well, great. But are you looking at that? No. So And the problem is that in a real car, you're moving around and your head's moving in a way that then gives you a motion cue to explain why stuff's moved.
That time was a 1:49.26.
Yeah, well, the reason why it's making you feel motion sick, as I say, it's to do with expectation. Your expectation, probably from playing a lot of driving games with the camera locked to the car, is that the camera's locked to the car. Now, that would be ideal. That would be great, but you'd also you need. I mean, we could turn lock to horizon off as well, but like the iRacing system's quite good. So in real life, and to be honest, this game actually does it pretty well. I just leave lock to horizon on, but in real life, your eyeballs are suspended they're like jelly, and they filter a lot of bumps and vibrations. So like when you're walking, it's quite a heavy jolt when you do each step, but the view from your eyes is stabilized, right? Because your brain. Well, first of all, your eyeball's like a gimbal, so that keeps it focused on horizon or whatever you're looking at. And then your eyes are like finely tuned to filter out a lot of vibrations and bumps. So it's a smooth image, basically. But in order for that to work, you need all the motion and everything for your eyes to actually work. Whereas if you have lock to car... Well, no, your head's not like a gimbal. Your eyeballs are. It's actually your eyeballs that are doing the gimbal function. Your head moves around and then your eye. Well, yeah, you could argue, but either way, the problem is if you have locked to car, the whole view will be moving. However, there's no signal for your brain to compensate that, to motion compensate that movement. So it makes more sense, logically speaking, to motion compensate that movement with the game to give a smooth image, because that's what your brain would do in a real car. That's the logical reasoning of it. Now, if you've got used to lock to car with it being actually wrong, that will make you feel motion sick because that's what you've got used to. A really good example of that is if you use a treadmill. It can make you feel motion sick because you're moving whilst being stationary, even though you're walking. And so it's operating in a way that's counterintuitive. Like it's not normal that you're, or like why people get motion sick when they drive, for example, because but they get used to it. So then even people that are experienced at driving a car can feel motion sick in the simulator, more so because they are so used to feeling acceleration and braking in a vehicle. So then when they play a sim, they're like, oh. Right. Yeah. Yeah, well, so the passenger thing is again to do with like if you turn and then the car responds based off your input, you have an expectation of a thing to happen. So the thing's happening that you expect to happen. If you're a passenger, the driver's doing random shit, you have no expectation of it, and that's what makes you feel motion sick. So, and that's what's happening with people that watch this view, even though logically how it's set up categorically makes more sense, it's incongruent to what they've learnt, so it'll make them feel motion sick. It does look silly as well. I don't disagree that it's silly. So, yeah, there you go. That's that explained. Once again, I'm right. To be fair, it's not. It's more the lock to horizon thing. You've got camera smoothing and lock to horizon. Most people don't notice camera smoothing, but lock to horizon does feel weird because your neck and head would naturally follow where the car's going. It wouldn't go seemingly go up and down. Well, I've just explained it very clearly. I can only tell you how it is. Another good example, actually, with motion sickness is car companies. They about like in the 90s or early 2000s, they developed suspension that was actually really good, basically perfect suspension. But they found that there's specific suspension frequencies, like smoothnesses of suspension, that actually make people really motion sick. And it turns out actually having higher frequency bumps, even though it's not as smooth, is more comfortable. So they genuinely tweak car suspension to be worse than it could be because that ends up being better. It's really weird. We're all gimbals. Yeah, go-kart, rental kart is fun, but it wrecks your body, wrecks mine. We're all dimballs. I've got big dimballs. Tim, nice but dim. I don't know what to do here. I mean, there's nothing with. I just. So I don't. I think this has got good physics, but I find it really dull to drive because of the force feedback. I think I might do. I might go to AC and do a direct comparison just to solidify my brain. Like the. We'll turn the filtering off totally. We've got to try iRacing update. Oh, look who's in chat. Oh, yeah, we need to try the race room update. Jesus Christ. yeah, okay. God damn, all these producers. Everywhere. I hate the games industry. I hate sim devs. The worst people ever. Yeah, let's load up race room. Race room versus LMU versus iRacing. Why didn't I title it that? That would have been a better title. Fire pit beers? What's that about? Yeah, look at that, right? We've just gone through, like, into that corner. A huge slot, like, from grip to, like, look at that amount of slip we're having there. Look at that slip. There is nothing, there's no dynamic range for the force feedback. Look at this. Nothing. Look at that slide. No variation in the force feedback. It's ridiculous. Nothing. It's super easy to drive, but it's just a constant force with vibration. It's only when the back comes out. Yeah, and then when you brake, it loads up the suspension. So yeah, absolutely terrible. Let's do a quick test in AC. Still on about it. Yeah, because it's so bad, it should be, right? Every sim racing YouTuber that's playing it, they should all be saying, why is the force feedback so bad? You can't feel the front tyres. It's like, it's as obvious as if the game was in black and white, and then you had a bunch of YouTubers all going, oh, yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah. It's like, why aren't they? Because they played ACC and sims that don't have it, and they've got used to it, and they just don't, they don't realise. They honestly don't know. They just don't know. That's why. Yeah, maybe the physics. Maybe once you start sliding, it goes into a flat slide, and so there's no variation. But no, it's just such a. Why wouldn't you want a range of force for the tyre slip? Yeah, what does that mean, Rene Anderson? What does that mean? I could say that LMU's all right. It is all right. It's better than iRacing in many ways. So what's your argument that everything I've said is incorrect because James Baldwin says LMU is okay? Great argument. Well, first of all, what does he say specifically? What, like, is he miraculously saying that there's actually detail in the force feedback? Is he not saying anything that's counteracting what I'm saying? So also, again, you might not feel anything in a real car steering wheel, but it's a problem in a simulator because you can't feel the G-forces through your body. It's not hard. Why are we stuck in this same stupid, yeah, bloody hell. Let's try AC here. No, Dan, that's AC as a vibration for it, but that's a vibration, that's a whole different thing. Right. I mean, it doesn't help that GT3 cars are incredibly bland as well.
I don't like ACC, but I do like the normal.
You can't listen to him.
So it's probably one of the, well, one of the or not the best simulation to practice, like even F1 or GT mods. It's really good.
Right. To race room, yeah. My point is, why is he not complaining about range when he's driven the damn thing? You can't tell. Because they don't care. Because they really don't focus on it at all. Because they're driving by the visuals or God knows what. It's also, you'll notice that certain people, a lot of people, have like permissive talking points, and the degree to which they talk about things, they don't go into more depth. They just stop. They just don't care. I don't know. Maybe if you asked him directly, maybe if you to like, you'd have to ask him himself and go, oh, do you think that X sim has more dynamic range for its force feedback than Y simulator? And then he'll give a response. And it might be interesting. But that's what, you can't just distill one person saying they like it versus, or they like it, so that's a counter argument to something. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, already, I think the graphics look better in LMU to AC. The AI is better in LMU. Good job. Yeah, the AI is much better in LMU than AC, and I think the track graphics are better generally. AC's AI is... Oh my god, it's so bad. What are they doing? So bad. Oh, just ram him. Yeah, see, like I prefer the grip levels in LMU. I prefer to this. Like the LMU's got an initial pokiness that I think is with the GT3 cars. I prefer over AC. So AC1 has that same kind of overly smooth way of driving. It's like overly floaty. Like, not floaty is the wrong word, but like it's like a sort of trajectory floatiness, if that makes sense. Like, it's not, floaty is the wrong word. iRacing has it as well, and so does AMS1. It's one that. So I'd say it's one of the downsides of the more simple physics engines or less variable tyre models, especially with GT3 cars, is that, do you know what I mean? They lack that poke. This thing, I actually prefer how the tyres behave in LMU. The thing is, you would think, given that the tyres are more nuanced in behaviour, the force feedback should be more nuanced in behaviour, but it's not. That's what's weird. It's like, if there's more happening with the tyres, more should also be happening with the force feedback. Like, you're in AC, you're making corrections before the car's visibly moving. Otherwise, you like we started losing it there. You have to make the correction before it's actually visually doing it. You're doing it off the force feedback. Yeah, AMS2 has it better as well, and its physics are messed up. So. Alright, let's put the TC on 8, that's more realistic. The force feedback in R Factor 2 is pretty similar to LMU as well. It's similarly lacking in detail in many ways. A lot of suspension information, but a lack of specific tyre feel. And it was when... I don't think it used to be like that in the early days of R Factor 2. I think it's when they improved the tyres, which I think they did improve the tyres, but I think somehow that's then removed even more detail. And I think R Factor 2 has always been lacking in pure tyre slip feel. Yeah, no, it's been a meme that R Factor 2 has really good force feedback, but it doesn't actually. It was just like some like group confabulate, it became like a meme because only 12 people played R Factor 2 and they were reaching for the guys, honestly, our simulator's the best. Don't get me wrong, a lot of R Factor 2 is great and always was, but you always get, it's exactly what you have with AMS2, is that you have like a small number of mega fanboys that are incredibly vocal, and then they can actually create a narrative that their sim, though it's shit at all these other things, it does this one thing really good, and other people don't play it, so they don't really question it, and they go, oh yeah, well they must be right about that. It's really weird. Jevon, exactly. Like in a real car, I say this a million times, say it again, you drive through your body, not through the steering wheel. Some cars in real life have a lot of information through the wheel, some have zero. So in a sim, unless you want to simulate remote control car driving, you need to tell the driver somehow what the car, where there's slipping, like how much grip they have in the tyres. You need to tell them through the wheel, because that's the only device everyone has, and it's the only device that we know works for doing that, as other sims have proven. Yeah, the problem is the same conversation. Transducers are great for telling you that you're pushing the car. They're great for immersion. They're great for letting you know where if your wheel's slipping or not. However, you can't balance a vehicle with a transducer, and it's not a load with a high dynamic range to it that you can with like a high range of information. It's just a vibration. So only a load through a wheel really is analogous to how G-forces operate on your body. I wish I didn't know any of this. It's so stupid. It's really rubbish knowing something that so few people seem to understand. It's terrible. I wish I didn't know. Imagine people that are actually clever and then everyone else around them is super dumb, which is not what that's not me. But imagine how painful. Imagine me like Aristotle or something. Helsey, thanks for subscribing. You know, it's like being an atheist in like a Mormon society or something. You'd be like, Jesus Christ. Well, you wouldn't. You'd be like Spaghetti Monster. So how you feel about trees? Yes, I mean, right. So this car. So I genuinely think the physics are way better. Well, I much prefer the tyres in LMU with the GT3 cars. I much prefer that they're pokier through the corner. The car rotates quicker. The lift-off oversteer's nicer. The responsive grip is a lot faster than AC. Like when you slip out and you go out and it comes back quicker. I think that's more fun. I don't care if it's realistic or not. I think it probably is realistic, but I don't care. However, there's no force feedback to correspond to that. So it's like, it's basically negating having a really nice force feedback wheel. It's literally like playing Microsoft Flight Sim with my force feedback joystick, but not having the G-force effect turned on, so you can't actually feel how much you're loading the aircraft up, which is just rubbish. I think people can have a lot of fun with LMU for sure. Yeah, probably a bug. It's not a bug because I know what R Factor 2 feels like. I know what LMU feels like. I have 10 different DD wheels. We've been through this with... We've been through this. Like, I've got 5 of the DD wheels. We could put it on the rig, but same thing was with ACC. The same thing. I'd explain it. I could know exactly what it felt like. We would use esports rigs. I would use rigs at other venues. Rigs that other people had set up. 5 different DD wheels. It's all exactly the same. I know. I have a really good idea of what's going on with force feedback and what a wheel should feel like and what's the game signal, what's the wheel signal. Probably better than anybody. I would actually wager probably better than anybody on Earth. It's quite likely because no one else has wasted this much time of their life playing different driving sims with different wheels. Like, even the hardware reviewers, they don't spend as much time as I do actually bloody sim racing. with the equipment. They'll use it for like 10 hours, 20 hours or something. Dan actually does a lot of driving Suzuki, but a lot of them don't. So, yeah, I mean, really, but it doesn't matter. With this brummy rant. Right. Let's try race room cars. Are they in the thing? Let's give it a go. Well, there is a little bit of, so if you've got power steering with a car, that can really mute what's going on. Also, this is funny. Beam NG, for example, they specifically add in an extra force feedback effect for lateral load, precisely because if you have certain wheel geometry with some cars, especially larger cars, with lots, like some of the buggies and things, the wheel geometry on them is such that the force feedback is completely screwed up in terms of realistic force feedback. So yeah, it's quite funny that Beam MG, which isn't a racing simulator, actually puts additional force feedback in there to make up for the fact that you can't feel what the cars are doing. So weirdly, they get it. Strangely, this is what doesn't make any sense. You have bloody crash games, the flight simulators that get it, but right, we're loading race room update here. Give this a go. Also, most people run, I don't run any, I run really raw force feedback, so I'm going to be feeling the game more than what most normal people would set up. Like, most people put a bit of damper on the wheel or other filters. All I tend to do on force feedback wheels is I'll turn down the really high frequency vibrations and maybe use a tiny bit of interpolation. That's it. So... So this is the thing, if you can't feel it with my absurdly sensitive settings, because I also like to run force feedback weaker where possible, no one's feeling it. I'm sorry. Don't get advice from this clown. I need to air fry it. Here we go, race room, let's have a look. Well, Zachary, you pwned me there. Oh no, what do I do? With such a good argument, I'll never recover. JF, have improved performance with Race Room? I tell you, what's going on here? Why is Mosey detecting a new device? I'm having a breakdown here. One of the great things about force feedback with flight sims is that nobody owns force feedback joysticks. So when you say, "Oh, this setting's probably better," no one's going to argue with you because nobody owns it. 5 people have a force feedback joystick, and they'll just go, "Oh, I'll try that." Oh shit, it's picked up my joystick. That's what's going on. It thinks I'm going to fly around the track. Oh no, he was talking. Don't talk to chat. They're the worst people to talk to. I talk to them all the time. Look what it's done to me. Look what talking to chat's done to me. I had air when I started live streaming. Oh, yeah. Well, we're doing... Chat was a mistake. I hope everyone's alright, though. I'll put a shirt on for this stream and everything. What am I looking for? What's the new stuff? Super Touring. Should I join this? Simi Pro. Simi's a really nice island, but if you get lost on it, you might die. So watch out for that. But it's a nice island. Been there. Greek island. That's not our Spitfire. How many G can you do in a Spitfire? What is the actual G loading of a Spitfire? I'd imagine like, yeah, like maybe 7G. You think it's probably like if you're going down. Yeah, I'd imagine it would stall before the wings fell off though, because they're pretty stiff. What's the most amount of Gs you guys have experienced in chat? I think the most I've ever done is 2.5, maybe 3. Two, probably like 2 and a bit. Uh, 4G T-Mobile. That would probably only be like 2 or 3G, Halsey, because they don't want to. They wouldn't want to damage the airframe. Depends on the plane, though, I guess. JF, are you setting up a server? Like, I don't know what to join. With Super Touring, oh. Join that quickly. Go. There we go. We found one. 8G. Yeah, well, that's why I saw like, especially the later Spitfires were like they're super solid. That's a nice photograph. That's a really nice photo. They put like artificial noise on it. Is that from Sim Racing Expo? I think it is. Is that from this year's Sim Racing Expo? Nice photograph. Okay. Look at this. These cars are... Forget GT3 bollocks. This is like... Great work by LMU developers. But let's be honest. What is GT3 about? Like, what a waste of time. GT3 load of shit. Already, look at this car. Already, it's better than a G. Look at it. Just look at it. Look at it. Proper car. An actual car. Oh shit, are we just racing? How much? Where's fuel? How long's the race? I'm going to put some fuel in here. I'm ready. 32 seconds. That's fine. Ah. I don't think we've got the wheel set up. Unless it doesn't work until the race starts. So we'll see. Look at this dash. Ah, I mean, honestly. I know it's controversial, but I do like LMP2 cars as well. Yes! Oh no, my wheel rotation's wrong! Oh no. This could be a problem. Shit. Right, this is going to be very difficult. I know we're okay. It's wrong, but okay. Look at this! The brakes are terrible! They're not that bad. Oh my god! Yeah, the wheel rotation's not exactly ideal. Perfect! Perfect way to drive this. Ow! It looks like he's come to the race with the incorrect wheel. And he's driving like a ninja. Is it? Oh! It's Tarquini! Brake bar's a bit too far back there. The team are disappointed with their setup on the vehicle. The sponsors won't be happy with that driving. And Mansell has left the circuit. I'm having to drive it like, what is this? I can't even hold the wheel. Oh dear. This is certainly an interesting way of driving. Don't park there. It actually worked quite well. Thank God they're running the fast NGK, not the slow one. The ultimate hack. Well, our wheel rotation is set to like half what the game is. Drift entry. Nanny. It's a good way of being able to take a tighter corner, that. Sounds good. Nice move. I like race room sounds. They're good. Really good, like transmission whine. They can be a little bit lacking in bass, and sometimes can feel a bit overly. Can feel a bit sort of not synthetic, but like. It's hard to explain, but I think they're very good in general. Race Room was the first sim to have really good sounds outside of Dirt. Dirt Rally had really good sounds. Ah! Thought I was going to hit the wall there. Well, so the reason is that 90s race cars, they hadn't worked out what the best thing to do was, right? So the problem is, since from about 2004 onwards, computer-aided design and all these other things basically made it too good. Like, they made cars too good. So the beauty was, up until like the late 90s or very early 2000s, the cars were shit, which meant that... Fuck. Wait, you... Thank you. Just drive into me. The drivers had to make up for the bad cars, which is what made them better to race. There's no... This isn't pixelated. I have to hold my wheel upside down. It might be a graphics setting if it's pixelated. Like the transmission whine, what's good with this is the engine lines up with the RPMs really nicely, and the transmission whine lines up really nicely. So the audio feels connected. To be fair, AMS2 had that problem that it wasn't connected, and I think in the last update they really improved it. I'm going to get a DQ here. We need to set the wheel up. I really like that Nissan Primera that has the just an LED light and an RPM thing sticking on the front of the dash. It's really good for, you know, you could just... It's simple. It's like, oh, that's the RPM. That's when you shift. Don't need any more. Wow. We'll have to try this with the steering actually set up properly. This is race room, yeah. The wobbly car thing's to do with smoothing or lack of smoothing. We probably shouldn't even bother finishing this race here. Right, yeah, I'm going to set this up. This is like this is too much of a chore. Hello. Oh, right. Let's set the car up. Let's set our controls up. Okay. Oh, we could do a hot lap. Here we go. Competitions. Where is it? No, we didn't want that. Oh, how do we go back? Oh, back to game. Right, single player, leaderboard challenge. Here we go. What's the car called? Are they called Pro Car or something? I can't see them, guys. Super Touring. Where are they? Lower right. Ah, here we go. I mean, the Volvo. Has no Sim's got the Volvo estate? This BMW looks nice. Oh, look at these liveries. Brands Hatch, yes. Perfect. So actually, this is I wanted to make a video about Race Room and Project Automobilista 2 have, I think, the best hot lap modes in them. For different reasons, but they're both really good. Right, why is my first of all my controls? Where do you set the wheel rotation? Oh, do I have to do it in the main menu? Bugger. Did I need to set wheel rotation before? We've just done LMU already. That's the visual wheel rotation though. Oh yeah, you got the cars. Yeah, no, but these the input's wrong. Not graphics display. Yeah, see this is, where is it? Always there's, yeah, but that's fine. I don't know why I changed it before. I think we made it 720. The thing is, Race Room has 3 wheel rotation settings. So you have the car setup setting. So you have this, but that's the steering angle, steering lock. But then there's a, but that's not the. The problem is it didn't line up properly. Right, let's see. Ah, there you go, it's lining up now. Now I need to turn the force feed back up. That's a problem. That's not ideal. Right. I do find in this that the force feedback is a bit vague. Like it does have the details there, but it's just quite muted. Thank you. Oh, let's go back to the pit. Is that more or less sensitive? It's less sensitive. Yeah, it's some force feedback wheels it works, and some it doesn't. Oh, what's the... Ah, there we go. Knew it about something. Yeah, I know, it's a weird bug. Fanatec wheels do the opposite with it. Does this car have adjustable brake bias? Right, there we go. Ah, we're the best in the world. World record, guys. Once again, world record holder. Not even set a good lap time. You know what, we're gonna... You know what we need to do as well? This car needs more oversteer on the throttle. We want diff power, diff coast. Yeah, we're in Mia, yeah, we're meeting up.
The pace car is out of control.
Do you know what? I've been so lazy. Do I need to be? Do I say? Literally all the gear and just doesn't use it. Dude, what an awful person that we are. Got a really nice. We literally have a really nice circular wheel rim, and it actually feels amazing. No one was shitting on anything really. It's just internet drama. I mean, what's funny is iRacing supposedly. So iRacing used to be unquestionably like the best sim ever. Don't question it. And apparently in 6 months now, everyone agrees iRacing is terrible. Which, as we explained in the video, I think it's just weird because that was not the that was not the case for like 15 years. Yeah, no, but I mean, even like devs have always been, they're just busy working. But like, yeah, it's nice handling car. I think Race Room does a really good job with these types of vehicles. And then the netcode works with them really nicely as well. Whoa! Keep out the wall. 3-wheel drive, that was good. Well, you have to. It might be made our suspension a bit too. Might have made our suspension a bit too stiff on the rear. Oh, we should take this around the Nords. Ah! I've messed this setup. I've messed this setup up so much. These stone sounds are really good. Well, it's all the R Factor 1 based sims, isn't it? They're all... They have a pretty good, consistent way of driving. Hang on. I do have some good sequential shifters, but I took them off the rig from my 4-switch joystick. I could probably put it back on now, actually. Okay. Fail. Right. Yeah, we need to just do a race with this, but we need probably need a good setup. Right, I'll be back in a second, guys. Just gonna get a cup of tea. We need to check out the race room update as well. But this will be fun to actually do a race on. Back in a minute. Oh, hello. Oh, I agree. I agree. It's a good stream, yeah. Sky. It's a nice thing for someone to say. I had to make a little bit of pizza. I'm starving. Ow. Right. We need to update our racing as well. We need to test this. We need to do a race with this car. There we go. Oh. 1 lap. Perfect. We'll go for the Volvo. Wunderbar. Oh, I think we just broke everything. We can download RaceRoom for free. Just give it a go. No, I just had shorts. It's actually pretty cold, but I actually quite like. I really like wearing shorts. I was wearing them I went shopping the other day, and I was wearing like thermal jacket. I've got two layers of thermal socks on, but I quite like. I think I must be Scottish or something. It's the closest thing I can get to a kilt. It's quite nice having rain and wind on your legs. Weirdly. You get Volvos anymore? Did someone buy them? You don't see them anymore, do you, really? In the 90s and 2000s, everyone had Volvos. They're like absolute tanks. I remember one crash near where I lived, and the Volvo didn't even have a dent in it, and the other car was missing its front half. They were well popular in the 90s. They were quite expensive though. They weren't cheap cars. I quite like them. I think when I was born, I was brought back from the hospital in a Volvo. The first car I ever went in was a Volvo. Oh, why can't we go? Oh no! What's going on here? I think the game's crashed. It's weird. Restart that. He didn't like us alt tabbing. walked home from the hospital. I actually, I lied. I actually cycled home from the hospital as a baby. That's how cool I was. What on earth is going on here? Maybe it's the frame rate. Maybe the game's frame rate is wrong. Video. Oh yeah. Frame rate was wrong. This should be better. Oh, now the monitor's not working. That's fantastic. Hello. What on earth? Why is it not letting me pick the... Ah, there we go. Ah, no, I wanted... shoot. Hey? Where's it gone? Oh, do we lose it? Oh, we can do this maybe. A Hockenheim ring will be fine. Hello? Oh, that's weird. Hang on. Is this a different... This is different... No. This is right. No. Yes. These are the new cars as well. So confused. Oh, real Greek yogurt, guys. Well good. Full fat. 20% fat. Might as well just eat butter. Right, here we go. Wunderbar! Right, let's see how this goes. How's everyone doing? Thanks for clicking the like button, guys. Thanks for joining us. If you have joined us. Give this a bash. Oh no, the pedal gauge is broken. Why has that done that? How can we fix that? We've had this happen before. It's because we changed resolution, but still. Reload. There's a bug with my Moses software where it keeps thinking that it thinks my force feedback joystick is the multi-stalk thing. Oh, it should be fine. Hello? David John Gibbons, King of Gibbonland, Supreme Commander of the Gibbon people, Lord of the Gibbons. We're alright. We're all right. We don't rate the force feedback in LMU still though. So unfortunately, I don't think we'll be playing it much. Physics are nice though. Update's nice, but just didn't enjoy force feedback. Well, yeah, but it's not an opinion, it's a fact. Here we go! Whoa! Whoa! I mean, an opinion is that I prefer... I don't know. Opinion is... There's opinions, but... well, it just means that you can't... You are unable to detect differences in force feedback. Sorry, you've just lost any credibility as a force feedback. Any comment you make on force feedback. That's all. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Oh, there's only 3 people in it. We'll do brands out. Oh, there's only 4 people. This is the problem with this. Is no one bloody plays it, even though it's really good. We'll join this. Yes, but the difference is, though everyone has one, some produce more shit than others, and some produce runny shit. So. Yeah, I think the physics seem quite nice in LMU. It's very easy to drive. Just a foghorn going off there. That was random. There we go. I'm having to turn the steering wheel so much just to get the car to turn. Is this car front wheel drive? Never get on with front wheel drive cars. Oh, I thought it's terrible. Oh, bloody hell. Got to pick a different car. I was wondering what was going on the throttle. I was like, hang on, what's this about? Can't deal with that. Let's do the Audi. Front wheel drive. I was like, hang on. Hang on a minute. The puzzle's coming together. Yeah, I have to have the brake bias really far back on front wheel drive cars. There we go, that's a bit better. Oh, it's still... Wow, he's invisible! Where did he come from? Better. See, when you brake, the car should start to be turning into a corner from the brake. You just have to race room's kind of, it's not particularly pokey. It's quite it's got quite mushy response to stuff. It's just that it's always been like that. No, I'd say race room's force feedback is passable. Race room has quite gloopy physics in a sense. Like yeah, well, it's not as like tight and responsive as AC, for example, but it's totally drivable. Like it's very approachable. And it kind of lines up well with these older cars, I feel. Like, you know, like the behaviour of Race Room, to me, lines up better with what I would sort of imagine older brakes and tyres would be more like. I could be totally wrong, but... I wish I could... now the game is taking my steering rotation. Now the game is affecting my actual steering rotation through the software. I'd quite like to artificially make this more sensitive, but I can't. So it's just randomly decided to... oh, because it crashed last time, so I don't think it saved our previous setting, that's why. Oh, I don't know. It's all good though, we do a race. Yeah, I feel unfortunately with Race Room you have to turn the force back up quite high to get good detail, which then also increases the amount of damping, and it has quite a lot of built-in damper to it, which I think is a bit over the top, to be honest, but it's just how it is. no way to get rid of it. I need to get some fuel in here. Whoa, that was close. Almost missed the start. Oh, too much fuel, but it's fine. Oh, good driving, mate. I need the steering to be. This is fucking terrible. I need the steering to be like twice as sensitive. I can't deal with cars where you have to turn the wheel all the way around to just go around the corner. It's too much. Oh bloody hell! This is ridiculous. No, we've said it as sensitive as possible. There's some random stuff with race room. I mean, I don't think these cars had the most sensitive steering in real life, but I like faster steering anyway myself. Come on. Textbook. Good racing. Yeah, you can't use the in-car steering option to make them more sensitive. Good racing, huh? 3 wide. You can't turn after you've left the door open. He left it right open and then closed on us once we'd gone up the inside. Bloody hell. Cheek of it, guys. Bit of 90s driving from him there. Good net code to allow it though. Don't pit him. We're having a nice race here. I think this is awesome actually. We just need to get the steering faster. Oh, he's gone wide, is he? Squeezed him. The transmission sounds really good. Oh, you don't want to go around there. Bloody hell. Calm down, boys. Calm down. Oh, don't pit each other. We're having a fun race. Don't pit each other. It's good racing. That's what it's all about. Oh, he's gone wide. Thanks for subscribing. Welcome. Oh my goodness. Come on. I can't turn if you're pit manoeuvring me, matey. I feel like I'm driving a pirate ship. Mate, you've got to brake for the corner. You got, like... I mean... You can drive into me, I guess. It works. Race Room just had an update as well. We're trying these. I'm sorry! What a send! Did that on purpose. Bit of a lock up. This just came out in Race Room, so we were checking it out. That's what's known as a cross-channel send. Only really good drivers can send it from that far back. Oh my goodness. I have zero confidence with this much steering input. Oh, it's locked again. Jesus Christ. So hard to get the point of where it locks up. Right. I mean, we went in well deep, but... At least the grip does come back pretty quick when you do lock up. He keeps missing that corner. So do I, apparently. What a battle. Good driving. Yes! After 5 attempts, we might have it. Oh no, he's back in front. Oh no, I'm locked up. I'm sorry. Sorry. That was me. I'm sorry. Where is he? Go back in front. There he is. Sorry. It's my fault. Sorry. That was me. That is on me. Sorry. Jesus Christ. Good driving there. 10 out of 10. I went full Verstappen on him there. Sorry. Sorry, Jaontis. My fault. Jesus Christ. I put a disgusting. I put a square in his car. I squared him. Squared him right off. Good racing now. Pit lane punch up. Boot up Street Fighter. Yeah, it's good fun. Good racing. You can have a little bit of argy-bargy. It's surprising what you can get away with before you actually do wreck. Oh, hello. Yeah, I know, because we're going from game to game. We just booted this up to try this car. Bloody hell. Well done, Sherlock Holmes. We're going to go to iRacing now. All right. I mean, the risk is that someone could confuse. They could be like, "Oh, hang on a minute, he's playing something that's got really good cars in it." He's playing something that's got like nice vintage cars in it that are genuinely interested, as opposed to GT3. Oh, what's this? We're so confused. Right, iRacing, guys. Bloody hell, we're on everything today. Where's the iRacing? Update Reno. Oh, it's in maintenance still. We can download the updates. Log in. Log in. Log the in. Update Reno. Bloody all of them. Select all. How do we start it? You do not have a free disk space. Oh no! Which drive does iRacing do by default? It's not C drive, is it? Oh yeah, we've only got 2 gig free. That's my videos. Whoops. Too many videos, guys. Oh. Right, first race. Oh, history muscle. Let's delete some of these. 286 gig deleted. Goodbye. Could have been really good videos there, we just deleted, but oh well. Right. Refresh. Here we go. Download. Everyone's dead. Everyone's dead, guys. That's what happens if you get food whilst you're live streaming. Everyone dies. Momentum has been depleted. But that's okay. We'll survive. Oh, it's got well warm in here. Woo. All my chat's paused. That's the other thing that can happen. No, everyone's dead. Type hello in chat, guys, if you're conscious. We need some. We could put some techno on, that wakes people up. Okay. Techno. That's not really techno, but it'll do. Oh, we got some coffee. Forgot. Beautiful. So far, yeah, it's like 4 o'clock. I've been up since 6. How long have we been live for? 7 hours. We so far LMU pretty nice, but Force Feedback's terrible and boring. But LMU fans don't notice, so it's fine. Race room car really nice. A little bit bland and race roomy in handling, but really good quality audio and car models and netcode and everything in race room, you know. So that's good. Oh no, Twitch recap. You just got here, welcome. Well, iRacing is the next thing to test. I don't know when the servers go back up though. Do you just renew your sub? Oh, here we go! Thank you! Woo! We can have a party popper for subs. Forgot about this. Thanks, Media Yass. Oh, that smells so good. Nothing beats... Oh, hang on. Fire alarm. I think we're okay. Thank you very much. They've improved the design of these. They used to, like, not... Oh, it smells so good. Like that cordite. It's my hair. Gunpowdery smell. Huffing poppers. Now I really like you know, like log fire smell as well. If you live in the UK, especially on like a foggy day, that smells amazing. Burnt wood, like firewood, charcoal. Oh my god. It's like barbecue smell, like meat, like steak being cooked on a barbecue. Charcoal or log fire on like a foggy day, so the smoke goes down instead of up. And like gunpowdery smell. Oh, sparkler. That's such a good smell. I love stuff like that. It's up there. What's other like really good smells? There's a nice fresh seasidey smell. I quite like that manure smell you get at farms. I quite like the smell of shit actually. You know what I mean? Like fermented hay bale. That's nice. It's not really the shit smell. It's the fermented hay bale. Trying to think of other like legendary smells. Can't really think of any others off the top of my head. Or the rotten. Oh no, that's you know that seaweed smell when the seaweed's all rotten. I don't like that smell. Hey, Halg? No. Oh, Roostrop being tarred. Oh my god. Or like fresh road. That is up there. Fresh road smell when they've just put it down and it's still like smoking. That's another good one. Oh, diesel from the back of a bus is quite nice. Yeah, asphalt. Ah, so good. What is it with like? Probably the most carcinogenic stuff smells the best. I don't like rubber smell. But yeah, freshly laid tarmac is a really nice smell. iRacing's still down. Yeah, we're just downloading the files. Do you remember as a kid on really hot days, we would like pick up the tarmac off the roads? You know where, because they would have the tarmac and the strips of like whatever tarmacy stuff it was. And the road would start to melt when it was hot, so we'd pick it up. That's why all the roads are rubbish, because as a kid we ruined them all. Does this build include the new tyre model? Not the new. So my understanding is iRacing has a new tyre model that they're working on, like an actual full-on new tyre model. This update though has the tyre adjustments to LMP2 and LMDH where they've tweaked things, but it's not a new tyre model. It's more just an adjustment on their previous tyre model. That's my understanding. You guys did some weird shit. Well, we didn't have anything else to do. Playing with tarmac was like peak of entertainment as a child. We'd go on the skateboard and we'd pull up the road. What else are you going to do? We didn't have computers. Too expensive. I mean, some people had a Sega Master System. That was about it. Oh yeah, jet fuel's quite nice. Yeah. Oh, I like the petrol. Yeah, that petrol-y smell as well. No, but not too much though. Yeah, it's saltpeter, isn't it? I think that smells nice. In gunpowder, cordite, saltpeter. Not sure what else it is. I think diesel. I say diesel's a nice smell. You add a strip of metal to put across train tracks to make gates go down and cause traffic. Yeah. I used to play on the train line. I was told it was disused, but there were trains that went on it. But yeah, you had all those videos in school about don't play on train lines, high voltage rails, you will die. And the first thing we do after school is play on the train line. You don't do it. Oh, hang on, I hadn't thought about doing that. Yeah, we just played it on Saria. We were just driving it. They used to use chloroform in hospitals all the time, but it's really dangerous because a little bit too much and you just knock someone out permanently. What do you use saltpeter for? Is it other than explosives? I don't know, mate. I don't know what exactly it's used for. Love a good quality game of Muscle Stream. Wow. I think we can go to hype level 2. We've had quite a few subscribers today, and it's been good fun. So I'm gonna, and we've had updates to play. So I'm going to hype level 2, guys. There, look at that. Did you see the number change? I still don't feel like nothing like absolutely mind blowing has happened with the updates, you know. Oh, the kid drowning in the slurry pit from that advert, yeah. But I would play on the building site as well. Don't play with pallets. Don't play on the building site. I had one with a kid getting skewered. He like fell on a metal spike or something, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, we would steal. Don't do this, by the way, guys. We would steal the pallets from the building site because I lived next to where they were building houses, and we would take them, steal them, and then we would build and then use them, carry them a mile to a tree house, and then build the tree house out of all the building materials we stole. Well, good. Mullen, that's inappropriate. That's you're very close to getting banned. Should I unsub and sub to increase? No, they like channel membership, not subs. I mean, I appreciate subs. I mean, the hype levels. Once climbed up a building 20 meters high to have a good view of the fireworks at 2 a.m. whilst drunk. Great. Yeah, kid getting his frisbee from the power station. Why was he playing frisbee in the power station in the first place? What an idiot. Really? Does he deserve to get cooked? There's that really good work safety video, that German work safety video where the guy it's like purposefully over the top. That's really good. Oh, I think we need a biscuit with a cup of tea here, guys. Let's go for it. We had a biscuit ready here. We don't have Reefer Bus. We don't have links enabled due to bot spamming and stuff. Work safety narration. Well, I've told you guys before. I live near a river, and I kayak on it and stuff, and walk and stuff by it. And I'm always walking past kids, and they're always playing in the bloody by the lock, and so I'm always like, oh guys, I feel like the bloody responsible adult. I'm like, guys, I don't care what you're doing, but just be aware that this could kill you. Keep doing it if you want to. I don't care if you die. I mean, I'd rather you didn't. I'm not telling you what to do, but this is actually really quite dangerous. So, you know, if you jump off this bridge, go ahead. I don't care, but you don't know how deep the water is here. And I can tell you it's not that deep because I put my paddle in it. So, like, do what you want to do, but you might die, just so you know. And that way, at least that way, they know. Like, at least they can make a choice. And we all know that teenagers will make the correct choice. No alligators, but there are turtles. And there is a lot of shit and Viles disease. So, I mean, it's probably not the wildlife that will get you, it's the diseases. Yeah, it's weird how open certain things are. Like, there was a full industrial sites which you could just get into. Even when I was at uni in the northeast, you could effectively walk into a steel mill. Like you could have, like, if you really wanted to, there was no real security. You could just walk into it, get molten steel poured on you. They'd probably notice if you went right in the building, but there was loads of abandoned buildings with like loads of crazy shit that you could just get into. Kids just play. Well, it seemed to play a lot in the river near me. Whenever I'm kayaking, there's always teenagers doing stupid shit, jumping off bridges and things. Here we go. We've almost got the download here. I need to get the video. I've got. I like broke my back sledging down a huge hill, which I've got on video. I need to get it. I need to convert it, and then we can have it as an alert. Me smashing my back, hospital muscle. I mean, that was painkillers injected into my spine. That was great. Exactly, Jared. Quarries are well good fun. They're just hardcore playgrounds, basically. Well, they don't eject nuclear waste. But did you there was that guy that was scuba diving near a nuclear plant water inlet, and I think he got sucked into it. He might have survived actually, but they do have they have water inlets and water outlets, and sometimes you have like really warm water coming out of them. There's a nuclear power plant on the River Thames that's got like big water inlets going to it. They're normally quite far out to sea though, like a good sort of half mile off the shoreline. Right, we've downloaded iRacing here. I thought the race room update was nice, to be honest. Yeah, quite enjoyed it. Like, felt decent to me. Nice cars to drive. Yeah, there's some well crazy parkour stuff on YouTube. Oh, I've almost got this 41.8 gig. It seems to have got a bit stuck, to be honest. They did a update to Microsoft Flight Sim yesterday. They fixed most of the loading stuff and most of the server stuff they've got working all right, but there's still loads of most of the server bugs are fixed, but the game crashes a lot still, and there's a lot of single player issues and things and bad game design, but you can have fun playing it. Flight sims are kind of weird though, because they're not really. You don't really play them competitively. It's more just like an activity. So in a sense, it's weird that it's as messed up as it is, because people don't really have that high of a standard for. Well, they do. So hardcore flight simmers have a really high standard for all the systems and stuff working. That gets really complicated. But from a gameplay perspective, like people that just play with a gamepad, I don't think they have the highest standard or expectation for a flight sim. They're just like, oh, does it look nice? Yeah, I honestly think it's going to take them at least 5 months from now to sort it out. Well, I think it might be a little bit better than Flight Sim 20, but frame generation and stuff works with it really nicely. To me, it seems to run a bit better than Flight Sim 20. I seem to have been able to get better performance out of it. And it is a little bit less fiddly, which is nice. I've heard like different things though. So I've heard some people saying it runs better and some people saying it runs worse. So I think it might really massively depend on the hardware that you use. I imagine like if you've got a nice GPU or you've got a faster CPU and stuff, or more or less RAM. Someone was saying that having a lot of RAM helps, even when it probably shouldn't. This friction thing does not work. It does, but very mildly. It's pretty funny. I was installing that. I know it's still downloading. Man, I'm exhausted. We've only been live for 8 hours. Sigh. It's arguing about force feedback. It's too much. It's too much energy. We need to not educate people on force feedback. I need a video that just plays the force feedback sermon. And
Lo, on the 4th day.
Yeah, actually, I might make that. I might make a little force feedback animation that we can put every time we live stream. I can push a button and it'll go do and it'll do it. We can have a sexy woman. I'll pay a really hot woman to do the force feedback sermon, so you guys don't mind watching it. That'd be pretty funny, actually. The adjuster, the new. Oh yeah, well there's that whole. I don't know what's going on with that. It's really weird, isn't it? Like the whole. Now they've got him, but then he's like a. Yeah, the whole thing's really weird. The whole thing is strange. Hang on. Says here, iRacing is in maintenance mode. Yes. Test drives available. When does it? How long does it normally take for iRacing to update? If it went down at 1, 4 hours is normally enough. No, I've not tried that. Oh, we're installing iRacing now. 1,300. Oh no, that's got to have done permanent damage. How did it just tell you? Is this on the Twitch homepage or something, or is this an email? Who have I watched? Is this an email? Oh no. Hello, Cost Shell. Oh no, I'm not getting any. This update is taking a lot longer to install than previous updates. Oh, it's at the bottom of the screen. Where's this? Oh, Twitch recap. Here we go. Thank you. Right, let's see. PogChamp, choose your recap. Should I choose the streamer or the viewer? Oh, let's do viewer. Okay. 92 hours watched. Distinct days visited, 288. Top categories: Assetto Corsa, iRacing, Satisfactory, Goat Simulator. Our favourite streamer, Paul Smith. Red Eye Warrior, Matt Malone, Emil Bernstorff. Wow. Great. Right, let's do the other one. Well, when you stream so much, you don't really watch. I don't really watch that much streaming. Streamer. 1,599 hours streamed. Total streams 246. Total days streamed 224. Top categories: Assetto Corsa, iRacing, Flight Sim. Your top stream reached 1,000 viewers. Wow. Geoder is the biggest fan. Jack Skaghetti second. Novotny third. Fastboy. Counter Debate. Jim Law. Thomas and Bob Windy. You losers. You pathetic souls. Off to the gulag you go. Off to gulag. Who raided us? Mitchie Hoyer. Red Eye Warrior. Abaz Motorsport. Legends. Who did I raid? Red Eye Warrior, 23 raids. Matt Malone, 14. Emil Bernstorff, 12. Clips of the year. Unique clippers. Or favourite viewed clip. What's this? Oh, the the alien. Yeah. Geoda, you need to see someone about what you've done. You shouldn't feel proud of it. Wow. Great. I'm falling asleep here. We need something to do. We could just go to bed. It was too much excitement playing Le Mans Ultimate. It was too much. I think you can. We should, once this is finished updating. Thanks, T Hammer. Once this is finished updating, then we test drive a car. We have to log into a separate website, don't we? Woo! Oh dear. I think next year's going to be quite interesting. Craig Ricketts. How much better would you say the faster slew rates on a newer base? Well, I don't know, like a certain percentage, but it doesn't really matter. Like the DD1's totally fine. Yeah, hype level 2's shooting along nicely. Oh dear. That's it. I don't know why I'm so tired. Here's the yogurt. We do have one of the new Fanatec DDs. Well, I think next year, like we've been doing more videos now, and then I think we'll probably get back into like a sort of review schedule. It's like a mixture of things: getting videos out, doing enough live streams, covering updates. So we'll probably will do more reviews next year, to be honest. So we'll get through a bunch of equipment. I think there's actually next year should be quite interesting for equipment in terms of new, as I say, like wheels using telemetry and stuff, which is genuinely interesting. And of course, I think AC Evo will be really interesting with it being on console as well as PC, and maybe some other titles. Isn't the new Wreckfest coming out soon? Was that coming out next year? No, Evo's using SimGrid. So we'll see. It could be good though. Woo! Fanatec needs to eat the poop sandwich and stop trying to unload the Q1 wheels whilst selling Q2. Yeah. But I mean, they probably have so many wheels with the QR1. Yeah. What would say is the newest level of entry level sim racing equipment? It depends what you mean by like entry level, doesn't it? I'd say like the Logitech G293 is probably the entry level. I don't think anything still competes with what like Hamid. Thank you for
The pace car is out of
thanks for
control.
following. Yeah, but that's not even budget. Like once you've got to like £300, there's not really budget anymore, is it? I'd say like 150 or less is budget for a wheel. But even that's a lot of money, right? You can buy a bloody treadmill for £100, so you know. I quite like the Moser stuff. I wouldn't really say it's budget though. It's good quality for the price as well. Guys, there's a link to our Patreon if you want to support us directly. Beautiful. Oh my god. Absolutely dropping off here. How is iRacing taking so long to update? It's crazy. Updating Le Mans, I guess it's updating everything. I mean, it doesn't have to be expensive though, does it? Ah, 310 hours. Ah, it's terrible. That's a ban. I've not really used the camera stuff much, so I don't really know. Oh, bloody hell! I might just go to sleep. I mean, I'm absolutely wrecked, guys. It's taking ages to update, and then we can. I'll have some rest, and we can come back tomorrow. I'm absolutely. I'm falling asleep in my head. Right. Yeah, I'm gonna have a rest. I don't know why I'm just absolutely knackered. You went through Microsoft Flight Sim launch day. You can handle this. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just tired. Right. Right, guys. I'm in bit. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna have a rest. I mean, we'll be back tomorrow to try iRacing, but I'm dead. I had fun today. I had a fun stream. We tried some stuff out. It was good. Hopefully we'll actually do some proper racing soon though. But yeah. See you guys soon. Thanks for taking part. Well, we need to batteries need recharging. I'll catch you guys soon. Bye. Bye guys. Bye guys. Have a good night. Bye.